ወይ መርጦን ማርያም ሉማም የደጀኔ የማኛው አውድማ የማር መቃብኔ ነይሸበል በረንታ ሞጣ ደብረ ወርቄ አየሩ ተስማሚ ሰው ምናፈቅ ገና ገና ምን አይተሽ ልርታለሽ ገና ምን አይተሽ ደንየ 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 ራገር የጎጃም ወይ ማሩ ደንየ እንኳን ሰው ቀርቶ ያጫውታል ደንየ ጎጃም ተወልጄ ጎጃም አድጌያለሁ ደንየ ደግነት ፍቅር ወርሻለሁ ያሳይሻለሁ ደንየ ዳሞት ጃቢተና ጎብሰው በርማ አጣፍቶ የሚያለብሰው ፍቅር እንደሸማ ሰው ስራ ወዳድ አፈሩ ለምለም እንዲል ብር ሸለቆ ወርቅና ማርያም መቻየሽውና የጎጃም እንትና ገና ምን አይተሽ ልርታለሽ ገና ምን አይተሽ ገና ጮቄን መቻየሽው የውሃ ቃኑን ለአገር ቀርቶ ለዓለም የሚተርፈውን ዲማም ተሻገሪ ዋሸራም ልቤ ሞልቶ የሚፈስበት የቅን የጥራፊ ገና ምን አይተሽ ልርታለሽ ገና ምን አይተሽ ልርታለሽ ደንየ የትም ጃዳለው እግሬ ካደረሰው ደንየ ቤቱ ለእንግዳ ነው ወትሮም የጎጃም
We are online, you can get started. The moderator, please.
Okay, so can we start?
Yes, let's go ahead.
Okay, so let me call the meeting to order, and let me warmly welcome all of you to the pre-United Nations Food System Summit National Dialogue for Zambia. Let me further take this opportunity to recognize the presence of staff from RUFORUM, led by the Executive Secretary, Professor Adipala Ekwamu. Let me recognize the presence of management and staff from the Copperbelt University, Mulungushi University, and the University of Zambia. Let me recognize the presence of senior government officials present from various ministries and units, distinguished invited guests, colleagues from the media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Mwale, Director in the Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, and I'll be your moderator this afternoon. This dialogue, among several to be held, has been organized by the Copperbelt University, Mulungushi University, and the University of Zambia, being members of the Regional Universities Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture, RUFORUM, in collaboration with the government of the Republic of Zambia. This event is bringing together a broad spectrum of experts, practitioners, and private sector actors involved in agriculture and other related sectors in Zambia. With our food systems undergoing unprecedented transformation, it is crucial that we take stock of the achievements, challenges, and opportunities in Zambia's food systems. The discussions that will emerge from this dialogue will feed into the United Nations Food System Summit, earmarked to take place in October of 2021. The UN Food Summit will bring together heads of state from across the globe. Therefore, it is imperative that our country prepares adequately for the summit by tapping into the knowledge and experiences of experts such as yourselves. I'm happy to announce that we have put together eminent persons to speak during this dialogue, as can be seen from the program. The program is organized in such a manner that we'll have an opening session, keynote presentation, research and development, markets and policy. Finally, we'll look at emerging issues and close. Please note that you may use the chat box for any comments, and should you have questions, kindly use the Q&A box, if possible, mentioning the name of the panelist you would like to address the question to. Should there be need for you to speak during discussion time, you may raise your hand and I will be able to allow you to do that. I'm sure you are all as excited as I am, and so let's begin. It is now my honor and privilege to call upon Professor Adipala Ekwamu, who is the RUFORUM Executive Secretary, to give a background to the UN Food System Summit 2021 and the National Regional Dialogue. Professor Adipala, please, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am speaking on behalf of Professor Adipala Ekwamu. My name is Anthony Egeru. I work at the RUFORUM Secretariat as the manager in training and community development. We are working from home. So since we went to lockdown about 20 days ago, we first had the first lockdown that went 9 days, and then the president decided to do another lockdown that is now for another 42 days. So we are working from home, and this is as a secretariat, this is our third time now to close office and work from home. I have the privilege to join you, and thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, and thank you very much, the RUFORUM member universities and the government of Zambia for organizing this National Forum dialogue on food systems. My task today is to re-echo and share with you the journey of the Food Systems Summit. But before I do that, is really to highlight that Roof Forum as an institution that it is today is an institution that has come as a result of a journey. And that journey started in 2004 when Roof Forum was founded by the then 10 vice chancellors from 5 African countries. And at the founding of Roof Forum were really 3 key issues that have not stopped being focused even to date, because today they have become more incrementally important. One was really that to provide a network for a platform for us to do networking and resource mobilization as well as advocacy as universities. Because as universities at that time, we needed to realize and strengthen our transformation for relevance as well as for contributing to the development pathways of our countries. Today, that commitment still remains for Roof Forum as an institution. And it is even becoming much more pertinent as the Africa's growth trajectory begins to be the centerpiece of the global development processes. The second issue was really within the network was how do we rationalize resource use and enhance the economies of scale and scope? Realizing that a couple of us as universities had different levels of capacities. And at that time, therefore, how do we begin to ensure that we can build on the gains and strength of one another? The third issue was, and that remains up to today, is the issue of providing a platform for training quality graduates to guide and help and participate in the development processes for Africa. And the call for quality graduates is unceasingly important even to date. And it will continue into the near future because as a continent, we need to increase our competitive edge in terms of science, technology, and innovation. So these 3 continue to drive the agenda of Roof Forum and Roof Forum member universities. So whichever university that comes to belong in the Roof Forum network, these 3 fundamental issues at the founding of Roof Forum continue to shape the conversation within the network. So from the 10 universities, we've now grown to 129 universities in all the regions of the continent. Across these regions are the 35 countries that now form the Roof Forum network, as indicated on the map on the right. So it has been a phenomenal growth, but it's a growth that is a result of testimony of what the network is able to do and how the network and members within it feel strongly about the network. In terms of investment within Zambia itself, there are 3 member universities, as already Director Mwale has indicated, University of Zambia, Mulungushi University, and the Copperbelt University. These universities continue to shape the way and the manner in which Roof Forum continues to engage with government and all the other participants in the country in Zambia. But we have also been involved in working with other universities in Zambia, even though they are not members. And particularly this happens when we are doing competitive grants processes development where partnerships are involved. We've directly awarded 6 grants amounting to close to $315,000 US, and we've trained 45 students from Zambia, from across other universities within Africa. We supported the process of the creation of the regional training program in plant breeding and seed systems. But together, collaboratively with member universities, we have been able to mobilize about close to 20 million, slightly about $20 million in terms of partnership processes. Now we are continuing as a network to work together towards the issues of enhancing skills enhancement And this continued particularly because as universities, we need to do competitive development and resource mobilization. This is one trajectory that we need to continue working together, but we are already working on it together with member universities. There is the issue of visibility of the Zambian higher education sector, and this continues to be championed, and we continue to work together. And even this event itself is part and parcel of this process. So these are part of the footsteps that we are trying to continue to further build, and we will continue to work together collaboratively in terms of strengthening and taking this further forward. Now, from within the RU Forum Secretariat, there are still 3 key issues that we would like to put across, even as we go into the food systems conversation. Really that we would like to continue to strengthen the partnership for human capital development within universities and research institutions, because this will continue to be the cornerstone upon which we will build excellency within our countries, and in particular in Zambia. We will require continued support and strengthening of research capacity, not only in agriculture, but also in renewable energy, because part and parcel of our problems in the continent is not only about getting food on the table, but how do we get that food on the table? At what cost in terms of the environment? Because we are still heavily dependent as a continent and as countries on biomass energy. So how do we begin to chart new territories of how to be able to provide for our people clean energy? But we need to continue to raise resources together to support universities, TVET, as well as research and research institutions. This will continue to underpin our engagement in Zambia, and we will work together and rely on the ministries of agriculture, ministries of education, as well as the government of Zambia and the 3 member universities to continue to push together. Now, allow me to transition now to the issue at hand that has brought us together today, which is the issue of the UN Food Systems Summit. Sometime earlier this last year, the UN Secretary General communicated his need to ensure that no one, by 2030, we will leave no one behind, and we are able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. At the heart of it, it was underpinned that ending hunger and malnutrition form a bedrock of ensuring that we are able to successfully achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. That every part of the Sustainable Development Goals is affected by inability to wipe out hunger. So this formed the basis upon which we are able and focusing now to look at how do we move in terms of the Food Systems Summit. So the Food Systems Summit then is called by the UN Secretary General as part and parcel of making this become a reality. So it seeks really that we are able to achieve and build resilient climate, smart systems, but also agriculture and food systems that are resilient. We are looking towards fostering inclusivity in actions for delivery of the different interventions. So within this process is really that the UN Secretary General then appointed a special envoy who happens to be Dr. Agnes Kalibata, the Chief Executive of AGRA, who then within the confines of the process is that they created a secretariat that coordinates all these processes leading towards the UN Food Systems Summit. They created different action tracks and action areas, packages for which we can be able to envelope eventually together. There is the scientific group that is working on different key documents. There are different action tracks, and these are what form what we call the levers of change. Those levers of change are areas and action areas for which different countries and individuals and parties, including the private sector, and development agencies are to be able to be engaged and contribute towards. There is what we call the Champions Network, the Food Systems Dialogue Summits, and this is part of one of those that we are now engaging. So Professor Dipala happens to be one of the 100 champions that have been appointed within the UN Food Systems Summit dialogue processes, and he coordinates part and the response and action processes within the higher education sector. And so within these different areas, the different 5 action tracks are really that there is the one action track focused on ensuring access to safe and nutritious food for all, which is also where there is the real focus on achieving zero hunger. There is the action track for shifting to sustainable consumption patterns, because there is a real recognition that as urbanization and changes in food tastes and everything is happening, our consumption patterns across the globe are becoming unsustainable and are rendering more people food vulnerable and food insecure. There is the issue, track 3 is on boosting nature positive production at sufficient scale, recognizing that we need, even as we do produce the food, we need to be able to protect our ecosystems and our biodiversity. Action track 4 is focused on advancing equitable livelihoods and value distribution, with the focus really on how do we engage different agencies, how do we build inclusive policies, as well as issues of multidimensional welfare and access. And then action track 5 is focused on building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stress. And these not only are issues on economic resilience, social resilience, environmental resilience, and it is much more now more pronounced in this current period of the COVID-19. How do we begin to build back better and build more resilient and recover much better in terms of the current COVID-19 shock that we are experiencing? All right, so when Roof Forum and Professor Dipala was contacted to be one of the envoys, we then decided to find a way, what is the roadmap of engagement? How do we begin to bring our different members and actors together to a common point to arrive at meaningful conversations? So at the Roof Forum level, we then decide that we need to encourage our universities and other institutions to engage at national, regional, continental, and global level. They need to be part of the conversation if the voice is to be heard. The second issue has been engagement with policy and other actors. And the third has been engaging in the UN Food Systems Dialogue itself at different levels. Today we are running, I think, the 18th UN Food System Dialogue meeting that has a Roof Forum hand. Professor Dipala is not physically in Kampala, is in Malawi, where they are together to engage with the policy level, because the president of Malawi will be hosting the Heads of State Food Systems Dialogue, in which Roof Forum is heavily involved. So what are then our expectations from the Secretariat and as a network with this session today? Is really that we would like to see at country level, what is the state of the food systems at present? What are the issues in terms of underlying challenges and opportunities? We would like to see some recommendations towards the 5 action tracks, upon which we can then be able to field our suggestions for action forward. We would like to see suggestions on key messages that would be communicated from Zambia to the UN Food Systems Summit that we hope would then potentially be captured at the broader global level and aggregated as part of the voice coming from Africa. With these so many words, I would like to sincerely thank you for taking this time to listen to me. Thank you very much. Over to you, Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Igeru. I think that was a well-presented item on the background of why we are here. So we just move over to the next agenda item, and this is to look at the video on food systems featuring Dr. Agnes Kalibata, President of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. Secretariat.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, as you know, last year the UN Secretary General called for a food system summit to unleash the power of food to drive progress across all 17 United Nations development goals. I thank you for stepping forward to become a leader for the food systems change. These dialogues bring together people from all parts of society to share evidence, experience, and new ideas. Food is powerful. The food we eat brings us together as families, as communities, and as nations. It underpins our culture, our economies, and our relationship with the natural world. The world's food system touches every aspect of human existence, which makes them valuable instruments of change. The reason we are having a summit this year, and the reason we are here today, is because we are off track. We are not set to achieve on our shared vision and goals for the 2030 agenda. Our food systems have staggering levels of inequality. Our key priority for this summit is to bring more inclusive, equitable, and healthier food systems while also safeguarding our planet. These dialogues are a core element of the summit process. They are an opportunity to come together and identify priorities and actions to be taken for a better future. This will be a people's summit, but it will also be a solution summit because everyone is part of the food system. We are looking to get all of you and your ideas around the table to ensure that action is owned and driven by different actors. We want action to be driven by you. Your leadership and ability to have courageous conversations rather than avoid them will be very critical. If we can't have courageous conversations about what needs to change and how we need to work together, then we won't be able to go very far. We need each of you to determine the food system you want for your future and to act on it to make them a reality. We must do this understanding fully well our place in the world and that what we do as individuals impacts on others. I look forward to working with you in this summit process. Together, we can build a world of inclusive growth, environmental sustainability, and social justice. We can build a resilient world where no one is hungry, no one is poor, and no one is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now moving over to the next agenda item, and we'll be looking at the keynote presentation. And this is going to be given by Professor Venon Chinene, who happens to be Professor of Agronomy, Department of Soil Science at the University of Zambia. And he will be talking about the current status of Zambia's food systems, achievements, challenges, and opportunities. Over to you, Professor. Professor, switch on your mic. Professor, please switch on your mic. Switch on your mic.
Yes, can I be heard now?
Yes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to share moderator, I have a little challenge on sharing my screen.
Secretariat, are you able to share from there?
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to make a presentation on this August occasion. My presentation follows the guide that was given to me by the organizers. My name is Benon Chinene. I'm a professor of agronomy and soil science in the University of Zambia. Next slide, please. I will start my presentation, moderator, by presenting the current status of food security and nutrition in Zambia. Prevalence of undernourishment in the total population of Zambia as at 2019 was around 20%. And the prevalence of food insecurity is currently at 22%, which is nearly 4 million people out of a population of 17.8 million. Zambia's Global Hunger Index in 2019, out of 117 qualifying countries, was 113th, making Zambia the 5th hungriest country globally. The prevalence of stunting in children under 5 years old is currently around 35%. And the prevalence of wasted children under 5 years old is 6%. Now, further, we note that the prevalence of underweight children under the 5 years old is 15%, and the prevalence of overweight children under 5 years old is at 5%. With regarding to obesity, the prevalence of obesity in women adult population stands at around 12.4%. And the prevalence of obesity in men, adult men that is, in the population is at 3.6%. And the prevalence of low birth weight, being weight below 2.5 kg, is at 11.6%. So following these vital statistics that I have given, I would like now to go to the challenges that we face as a country with regard to our food systems. The first challenge is that productivity in the agricultural sector is very low relative to the existing potential, mainly due to political and market failures that we experience. More than 90% of the total agricultural food production in Zambia comes from rain-fed agriculture, with irrigated agriculture contributing less than 10%. There is low irrigation, mechanization, and poor organization of farmers in the smallholder sector. So I go further to state that, previous slide still, please, that with regard to Zambian agriculture being so dependent on rainfall, means that makes the country, vulnerable, in terms of food security, because the majority of our farmers, especially the smallholder farmers, are only active in the rainy season, which is only 4 to 5 months of the year. And for the rest of the year, they are virtually out of production. And that is a major challenge in terms of meeting the food needs of the country. Next slide, please. agricultural markets are underdeveloped, resulting into post-harvest losses. Most of the crops that we grow are seasonal, and because of the poor market arrangements that we have in the country, the post-harvest losses are very, very high. And this is a food security challenge. Soil productivity is declining, largely due to monocropping of maize, which is the main staple of Zambia. The majority of our farmers, especially in the smallholder sector, are into maize production year after year after year. And the results are declining. And the national average still stands at around 2 tons per hectare of maize, which is very low. The agricultural farming systems are not changing much to adapt to changing socio-economic and climatic environment. Then there's the issue of climatic and economic shocks, which pose a great strain to the agricultural sector. In the recent past, we have seen serious variations in terms of the rainfall pattern. The total amount of rainfall that we receive in Zambia doesn't change much, but the distribution has been changing, strongly, resulting into drought being experienced more and more often, and even moving north towards the high rainfall areas of the country. And similarly, we have environmental degradation resulting from poor use of agrochemicals, inappropriate agricultural practices, and natural resource use. Examples are the slash and burn farming system, conventional tillage, and deforestation. Imports of some food products which can be grown locally continues. When you go into the supermarkets, you see an overwhelming availability of imported food products. Then we have high post-harvest losses, as I mentioned earlier, varying from 20% for maize to 45% for perishables due to poor transportation infrastructure from farm to the markets and insufficient post-harvest facilities for agricultural produce. Now, those were the challenges. Now we turn to the opportunities that Zambia has. Zambia is a blessed country. Although we continue to have serious food security challenges, the potential that Zambia has is vast. Its land mass is at 752,000 square kilometers, and with a population of only 17.86 million. This gives a population density of only 24 people per square kilometer. And it is widely acknowledged that Zambia has vast water resources to the extent that 45% of the water resources in the whole of the SADC region are in Zambia. And adding on to that, we have comparatively favorable climate. The potential for agricultural development is therefore huge. The climate is favorable, although I'm talking about the impact of drought. Zambia is still comparatively much better off climatically than some neighboring countries, and even beyond in Africa. Now, how do we address these challenges and harnessing the opportunities? I am putting it to you, moderator, that The promotion of conservation agriculture is certainly invaluable in terms of optimizing utilization of water and nutrients, and to reduce the vulnerability of crops to drought stress. We have a very strong conservation agriculture promotion program in the country, supported by government and some donors like the UK government. And we have seen from this intervention that conservation agriculture has tremendous potential in not only increasing productivity, but in reducing vulnerability to the dictates of the weather, especially drought. Then secondly, promotion of what I'm calling fertilizing farming systems, including agroforestry, to reduce requirement for inorganic fertilizers, which have become too expensive due to continuing devaluation of the local currency. What are fertilizing farming systems? These are farming systems which leave out a net gain in nitrogen or nutrients after harvest. So they don't mine the soil. If anything, they contribute to the buildup of nutrients in the soil system. And to complement that, we need to promote crop rotations, which involve combinations of cereals and legumes, including leguminous trees like Musango or Faidebia albida. Next slide, please. Then we need to diversify crop production to avoid maize monocropping, which is a major contributor to land degradation, especially in the smallholder sector. Integration of livestock in farming systems to establish mutually beneficial synergies is very important. Then promotion of small-scale irrigation to enable all the year-round production is very important. It is unacceptable, for farmers to be only farmers during the rainy season. They need to be active throughout the year in order to meet their food needs and the food needs of the country. That cannot happen unless if we invest in irrigation, so that the total food production coming out of the irrigation can increase to more than 10%, which is the case now. We need to invest in mechanization, especially in the smallholder farming systems. The hand hoe is important, oxydrone implements are important, but we need to do better than that in order to meet the ever-increasing demands for food in the ever-increasing population. So mechanization, is a very important intervention. Next slide, please. Then I'm going further to propose that enhancing private sector involvement in crop marketing and processing is very important. The involvement of the Food Reserve Agency, which is heavily funded in crop marketing by government, has had a tendency to crowd out the private sector. And I think that in order to sustain, and grow, the marketing of agricultural produce in the country, the private sector should play a bigger role than government, in my view. And we need also to invest, in food processing in order to reduce the losses that we experience after harvest. Revamping the extension service, which is virtually moribund at the moment due to inadequate funding, is an important intervention. Strengthening agricultural cooperatives to facilitate effective provision of goods and services is another important intervention. And then investing in research and development and adoption of low input farming systems, including enhancing viability of traditional farming systems like slash and burn, fundikiller, and other traditional farming systems. That needs to be addressed as well. And then, moderator, we need to reorder the priorities in financing the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector is huge with so many subsectors, but the resources that we have are limited. So we need to prioritize the investments to ensure value for money. I'll give an illustration here, moderator. You know, if you come face to face with a lion and you have only one bullet in your gun, you are in a life and death situation. So you have to decide carefully where to strike that bullet you have. If you choose to shoot the legs, the lion will eventually die, but you'll be dead yourself before that. So that's the significance, you know, of prioritization. Since the demands for money are so high in the agricultural sector, we need to prioritize in order to ensure that we place our money where we will have highest returns. And investments like irrigation is one such example. The potential to increase productivity through promotion of irrigation by developing the water resources to make it readily available for irrigation, investments in mechanization, investments in the processing of agricultural produce, so that we are able, for example, to eat mangoes throughout the year, not just when they're in season, to eat sweet potatoes throughout the year, not just when they're in season. At the moment, once the mango season is over, that's the end of the availability of mangoes. And similarly for sweet potatoes. It shouldn't be like that. Then I come now to the key messages for the UN Food Summit 2021. Here, Chair, I'm proposing that, concerted and tangible resolution of climate change has to be on the agenda of the Food Summit. The concerted and tangible efforts to improve world food distribution is an important element which I think should be considered at the Food Summit, and cultivating the potential carbon trading has in redressing the impact of climate change, particularly in developing countries, I think should be addressed by the summit. I observe, moderator, that the world produces enough food to feed the world population. This is my view. I didn't get this from the literature, but that is my personal perception, that the world produces enough food to feed the world population. The challenge is that the food distribution systems are very weak and they need to be improved. Next slide. Then I come now to the key recommendations and actions to which I hope will come out of the UN Food Summit. First is that aid to hungry countries should focus more on harnessing their natural resources to meet their food needs. Issues of food production, hunger, and malnutrition should be given same attention as those of peace and security, which preoccupy global powers when they meet. Here I have in mind the G7 and the G20 countries. Climate change caused by pollution of the environment by industrialized countries is hitting hungry countries the most. More needs to be done to redress the situation. Investment should be made in carrying out relevant research and training on the nutrition, production, processing, and storage of local varieties, species, and alternate sources of proteins in the world. So that concludes my presentation, Chairperson. I would like to acknowledge the sources of my information, which is the Central Statistics Office in Lusaka, and the Food and Nutrition Department here in the University of Zambia, and some UNICEF documents which I was able to review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that well-presented synopsis of the current status. I can see a question in the chat box, which is saying marketing of our agriculture products has been a challenge. What mechanisms are we putting in place to overcome this? Would you like to give a shot at that in terms of marketing, which has been a challenge, and what mechanisms are we putting in place to overcome this?
Well, that is a correct observation, and I think I highlighted that as one of the challenges. And the reason really is that private sector development in agricultural marketing, needs to be developed. It needs to be promoted. It needs to be financed. That is the only way. Government interventions need to reduce in agricultural markets. That's the only way the private sector, can grow. But we have, over the years, faced a challenge, on that score. Government just can't let go of maize marketing, especially because of, obviously political reasons. And similarly, the marketing of inputs, government is strongly involved in that. I believe is for political reasons. But if we are serious about increasing productivity, alleviating hunger and malnutrition, I think that the private sector needs to be given room to grow, to complement government efforts.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think you are spot on. We have to increase our productivity and production. I think if we produced much more than what we are producing now, we wouldn't bother about closing borders. So the issue would be to increase on issues of irrigation, mechanization, like you correctly pointed out. So thank you very much. I think that was a very good presentation. We are moving on with the program, and we are moving now to the session where we are looking at research and development, markets and policy. The first presentation will be given by Professor Kavwanga Yambayamba, who happens to be the Dean at the School of Agriculture, Murungushi University, and President, Zambia Academy of Sciences. The professor will be talking about perspectives on human capital, development, and research needs for Zambia. Professor Yambayamba, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just share the screen. Okay, are we able to see the screen?
Yes, please. Yes, please, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much once again, moderator. So as mentioned already, I'll be talking about perspectives on human capital development and research needs in Zambia. And I'm glad that some of the background information has been already presented by Professor Chinene. But all the same, I'll also just highlight a few things, and I thought that this is important for this particular presentation. So some information on the status of agriculture in Zambia. Total land area, as we've already heard from Professor Chinene, is 752,000 square kilometers. which is about 75 million hectares. But out of that, in fact, out of that, 58% is classified as medium to high potential for agricultural production. But we see that the utilization is very low. We've heard that from the previous presentation already. Only 14% of the total agricultural land is being utilized. There's about 2.75 million hectares available for irrigation. Less than 6% is being irrigated. Zambia receives about 160 billion cubic meters of rainfall annually. We utilize 60 billion cubic meters and we lose the rest of it. So 100 billion just goes into the oceans. Agriculture is certainly a very, very important sector, which for many years, government has been saying this must be the backbone of the economy. It provides livelihoods for more than 70% of the population, but only generates about 10% of the gross domestic product, GDP. It is mainly practiced by small-scale farmers. Some people call them peasant farmers or smallholder farmers. But then when we look at the quantity and quality of the produce under this smallholder sector, they are generally very low. We've already heard, if we take our staple food, the maize, if you look on your far right on top there, it shows a picture of a maize field with a lot of weeds there. And of course, down here on the left is now a mature maize crop ready for harvest. But we see, because of the probably lack of proper agronomic practices, the yield is very low. On average, 2 tons per hectare, which has been highlighted already by Professor Chinene. In terms of annual production, just giving an example of dairy, the picture in the middle here, the animals, these are dairy animals, and we can see that access to good nutrition is lacking. And consequently, milk production is very low under that sector. So talking of between 5 and 10 liters per animal per day. And even in terms of meat production, is very low. And of course, the consequences of this low agricultural productivity are quite grave. Look at the incidence of poverty, very, very high. Approximately 60% of the population. Down there, I've got a graph on the left, the one in yellow. These are 2015 data from the Central Statistical Office, now ZAMStats. I'm presenting 2015 because we do not have the latest figures. So these figures are still, the current figures in terms of the incidence of poverty in Zambia. The lowest incidence of poverty being in Lusaka province, where most of you are seated right now. I'm presenting from the central province. So at 20.2%. And so the next is Copper Belt province at 30.8%. And if you go through all the provinces, on the extreme side is the Northwestern province at 82.2%. So giving an average of 60% at national level. Low consumption of protein and micronutrients, and in particular iron, zinc, and iodine. I'm mentioning these three nutrients because they are critically important in mental development. Very high levels of stuntedness. We had some figures from the previous presentation. The figure I have from the 2018 scientific publication, if you look at the graph just on your right here, the one in green, ranging from 36% to 49% in terms of stuntedness, giving an average of 40.4%. And then, of course, very low milk consumption per capita. The World Health Organization recommends 200 liters of milk consumption per person per year. And we are consuming 24 liters per person per year. So then one asks the question, where are the other 186 liters? The point I'm making here is, very low consumption of milk. Sorry, I seem to have a problem here. Okay. Now, why is agricultural production low? Why low agricultural production? Well, I think there are many reasons that can be advanced, and they have been advanced. Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I think there's a bit of challenge here. Just hold on, sorry, Chair.
The screen is written, why low agricultural production?
Yeah, but what I'm having here is different. Eh? Sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm back now. Yeah, so I was saying, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, that there are many reasons that have been advanced why we have low agricultural production. But I think in my view, the major reason is that Zambia does not have adequate human capital to deal with the complexities of agricultural and food production. That is the biggest challenge that we have. It is very clear from the first presentation and also from this presentation that we depend on small-scale farmers. That's a big challenge already, because we have heard already they don't use the irrigation. They work 4 to 5 months in a year, and the rest of part of the year they are not working. So really, it's the human capital to deal with the complexities of agriculture and food production that we are facing here in Zambia. Further, there's no support to commercial farming, except for social security packs, like the Farming Input Support Program, FISIP. Practice of agriculture is left too open, very, very open. And for whatever reason, we think that agriculture belongs to the uneducated, the retired and tired, those who have nothing else to do. The only thing then they can do is farming, and of course, the peasant farmers. And these are people with limited knowledge and skill. Generally, I'm making these as general statements, but that is what is obtaining on the ground. And then there is also no investment in scientific agricultural research to back the practice. What must we do as Zambia? First and foremost is to realize that agriculture is a complex game. It's not a cheap game. It requires the highest understanding. First of all, there are 3 facets of agriculture. It is a science. Science, because somebody practicing it must understand, somebody must understand the scientific, basis of what they are doing. If it is crops that they are growing, what are the water requirements? What are the nutrient requirements? And so on and so on. If it is livestock, the same thing applies. So it's a science. It's a profession, meaning that it is also a calling. Somebody must be called that this is what you're going to do. And then it is also a business. So one needs to have a talent for business. At the individual level, agriculture requires high competence levels to be successful. And by competence, I mean one must have the knowledge, one must have the skill, one must have the attitude, the right attitude. So it requires critical thinking. And how do we build human capital to deal with the complexities? It all starts from preschool. It does not start when one goes to college. It does not start when one goes into university. We build human capital from preschool. Agriculture agriculture covers a lot of issues. There are ICT issues, there are scientific issues, there are so many things. And so here I'm showing pictures of young people, children in preschool, primary school, where they're dealing with the experiments, they're exposed to ICT and all kinds of things to do with agriculture. Let the children love playing with the soil. Let the children love playing with animals. Let them love playing with plants. That way you are building them. And along the way, they'll probably choose, most probably they will choose that I want to go this direction. So we do not wait until we reach college or we reach university level. And I think government has realized this, and I wish to commend the efforts of government, because they have introduced agricultural science in all the primary and secondary schools. I think today, if I'm not mistaken, it is mandatory for all students at that level to take agricultural science. The only issue that I have personally is that what is the objective of introducing agricultural science in all schools? I tend to think that the thinking behind that is that those who fail to progress academically then must eventually go into farming. Now, that is already a failure, because we are already condemning these young people that, look, because you have failed academically, so your route is farming. So we are condemning the child, we are condemning the sector as well. I think agriculture needs a very high level thinking human resource. Agriculture needs a backup, research backup. We cannot emphasize the need for agricultural research, because it is through agricultural research that knowledge is generated, new knowledge is generated, skill is gained. Then we can innovate, and then the result is increased productivity. Agricultural productivity, which will bring about wealth creation. True wealth creation comes as a result of innovation. Research in Zambia is conspicuously missing. We do not have a critical mass of plant and animal scientists who must continually generate the new knowledge to the producers. There's not enough investment in the infrastructure, the laboratories, the field facilities, ICT, So facilities that will enable scientists to examine agricultural issues at molecular level. And so I'm talking about cutting edge research. It is virtually absent. And what are the consequences of not investing in research? There is no new knowledge being generated. It means that there are no innovations. If there are no innovations, there's no wealth creation through boosted agriculture. And the consequence is poverty, very high poverty levels, which we have seen in the previous presentation as well as this particular presentation. In the abundance of all the natural resources that we have, we are the 5th hungriest nation. It's a paradox, really. So these are the benefits of research. Benefits of research are really about increased food production, not only quantity, but quality. Quantity enough for everyone, quality, good nutrition for everyone, not only locally, but also for export. And we should be able to enter into international export. Because export is not just exporting anything as long as it is an agricultural product. What sort of milk are you exporting? What sort of oranges are you exporting? So it's not just about quantities, but it's about quality as well. And of course, you can see from this slide that we've got good quality fruits, we've got good quality vegetables, crops, animals, fish, and so on. Now, who should fund agricultural research? Moderator, the only meaningful approach to modern agricultural research is to conceptualize most of its contribution as public goods. So research is a public good. And so if it's a public good, then it can only be funded from the public account. There's no any other. Yes, we can mobilize as universities, we can mobilize resources for research from outside, and we're always doing that as universities. But remember, this is research, when research is sponsored by somebody else, then you can only do what they want you to do. And therefore, meaningful research that will produce results for our use, for our benefit, can only come from the public account and not from anywhere else. So that the public investment in agricultural research is not a choice, but a necessity. So in this vein, the Zambian government must improve its support for agricultural research in order to reduce or eliminate hunger and poverty. As I conclude, moderator, this is the Zambia that everyone would want. Yes, crops grown, that can be grown throughout the year through irrigation, healthy crops, enough income, enough disposable income for everyone, smart cities, and happy faces throughout the year. Happy faces on each and every face. Thank you very much, moderator, and everyone for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor, for that thought-provoking presentation. I cannot agree with you more that agriculture is a science, it's a profession, and yes, indeed, it's a business. We are moving on with the presentations. We are moving on to Mr. Ruben Banda, who happens to be the Managing Director at Musika. Mr. Banda will be talking about perspectives on promoting inclusivity and addressing the needs of smallholder farmers and marketing opportunities. Mr. Banda, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As he indicated, my name is Ruben Banda. Allow me to share my screen.
So Professor Yamba, please stop sharing so that, yes, please.
Oh,
Thank
yes,
you.
yeah, sorry, let me do that.
Okay, thanks, it's done now. Musika is on.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Banda, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for this opportunity. And as earlier on introduced, I'll be speaking on the perspectives of promoting inclusivity and addressing smallholder farmers' needs. And these are the markets working for all. Having said that, allow me to share some of the statistics or the keynote statistics that which will help us also to zero into this particular presentation. In addition to what the previous presenters have indicated, allow me to add these statistics to this forum. According to the International Trade Center, for 2020, Zambia agriculture food products input was estimated at $323 million US, of which 55% of this inputs coming from South Africa. And if you look at this amount of money, if this amount of money was invested in the science-based agriculture, which like Professor Mbamba and Professor as indicated, we'll see that this could have been used to promote the production of local produce or local food, and thus creating jobs and also improving farmers' income. And also research has also shown and indicated that just an improvement on the maize seed, especially those which are drought tolerant or maize seed in Zambia, would lead to an economic benefit of over $115 million US. This coming from the two fronts. The first front is through the increase in yield or growth in yield, and also the 41 million US coming from reduced yield variance, which has been a challenge in Zambia. And in addition to this, it has also been indicated that if we do our light investment, this particular intervention will have the muscle to pull an estimated of 360,000 smallholder farmers out of poverty, which could be a great contribution. Now, allow me to indicate just some few activities, just to talk about what Musika has been doing in answering this particular question. Now, from Musika perspective, basically, we are working under the theme, making agriculture market work for the poor, or the market systems development, which take into consideration that a market is basically a place where there are multiple players with different objectives, and all these multiple players have got different objectives, and because they have different objectives as to why they are participating on the market, there is need for other stakeholders to make sure that the incentives are developed to promote the participation of these key market players. I'll discuss this under the four investment area, that is the business and the finance under the agribusiness sector, then agriculture technology, agriculture diversification, and environmental markets, if you like. Basically, the key highlights that which is coming from this particular investment areas is if you look at the under the business and finance, basically we as Musika and working with other collaborating partners, including the government, we have tested a number of activities that which promoting to ensure that there is the private sector and all other key stakeholders crowds in, and at the end of the day, they do participate in this particular market. Under the business and finance, one of the key interventions that has been going on is the issue of credit, investing in leasing of production-based equipment. And here, basically, the key focus, like my predecessor indicated, is to try to promote mechanization. It is believed that just mechanizing our agriculture sector, it has the potential to increase the yield by over 25%. And this is true, like everyone else has indicated, that the time to put the hand hoe into the museum is now, because it will take us nowhere. And just the facilitation of this business model as sales point to leverage agriculture input suppliers to generate demand for agriculture leasing. We have seen it working, and just for over the year, we have seen over 240 hand wheel tractors that have gone in the hands of the smallholder farmers, in particular women. And this basically has its own benefit, because basically we're going to see the increase in terms of productivity and also increase in terms of the production base. However, the challenges still remains, which needs to be addressed, is there is still a limited number of financial institutions that are out there available to provide this much needed issue among the small scale farmers, so that the agriculture sector can be mechanized. And also the interest rates are very high for this leasing program, amounting going as high as 28%, which is still on a higher side. And this situation has been coupled by the unstable exchange rate that is making farmers not able to service their credit line leasing product. And the other thing that which we also need to bring into perspective is that despite seeing the benefits of mechanization, there has been a challenge in terms of promoting the benefit of these products and the services, because even most of these that are promoting mechanization, they're still stuck in the brick and mortar type of arrangement, not going out to reach out to the small scale farmers or to the agriculture sector as at large. The other intervention that is worth maybe talking about, even as we look at this food summit, is the aspect of the micro insurance, that which we need to promote and aggressively so, because it mitigates the risk that is associated with the agriculture sector at the end of the day. And we, based on this, what has been seen that currently we have about 26% of the rural agriculture household who are accessing this insurance product, especially in the year 2018-2019 agriculture farming season. However, the challenge is 96% of these are accessing it through the ESIP or the FISIP program, that which the government is supporting, which has got its own benefits and also its own challenges. Now, what we have seen that by supporting these insurance firms or the financial institution, we have seen an increase of crop and livestock that is being taken up by or signed up by the small scale farmers, but the uptake is still very, very low, and the adoption is very low, despite the positive trend that which we are seeing. In this, after having said that, there is one of the big challenges that is faced with this micro insurance is still very low. And then since most of the farmers, about 96%, have accessed it through FISIP, the change or the shift from the e-FISIP to direct input supply would have its own effect on the farmers adopting or accessing this, because basically the private sector participation will be still quite low. And the private sector, those into the insurance firm, they'll start developing their business model to the government as their client, as opposed to the small scale farmers who really basically needs the information that which is needed. So consumer education also is still very, very low, and something that needs to be worked on as we look at this food summit. The other investment area basically that I've picked out under this is the agriculture technology. Under technologies, I've picked up two critical issues that's to cement what my colleagues have earlier on alluded to. The first one basically is under the organic fertilizer and lime promotion. And this basically is so because research has shown that just using agricultural lime alone, it has the potential to increase our maize yield by 22% by unlocking the nutrients that could be locked up because of the high acidity levels, and making them accessible to the plant to use them. And however, so intervention has been there to try to engage a number of manufacturers of these biofertilizers and put up some demo and pilots out there, which have been successfully conducted. And the other success that is coming out there, that there has been also a light of improvement in the uptake of biofertilizer in the last 10 years. However, despite all these benefits that could have been demonstrated, what is happening out there, there is still inadequate promotion of the benefit of this particular product, the biofertilizers, and also the lime. And also the cost of distributing this to the farmers is quite high because of the bulkiness of this product, if we talk of maybe powder lime. But efforts are being made to see how they can granularize these lime, so that at the end of the day, it can also be easily carried and easily applied. The other aspect under agriculture technology that which we really need to invest in if we are to ensure that food security is obtained is the aspect of post-harvest technologies. Zambia, especially among the small-scale farmers, they are losing up to about 30 to 40% of their produce due to poor storage facilities and technology, including post-harvest technology. Compared this to the commercial farmers who lose about 2% of post-harvest technology of their produce after harvesting. Now, a number of interventions has been put in place to try and promote and engage the SMEs, basically at the end of the day, so that they become aggregators and also distributors of these particular technologies, talking about the PICS bags, talking about the silos, and talking about all these other bulky centers. And this is showing a lot of success at the end of the day. And the manufacturers also were engaged and looking at how they can promote this particular technology, linking to with the small scale farmers. And this has shown now that the private that there is a business case that which they can invest in and start pushing this particular technology to benefit the Zambian small scale or the Zambian agriculture sector. However, this has not come without some challenges. if we look at the research, that's shown that only about 5% of the rural farmers are actually engaged or have adopted the post-harvest technologies. And also there has been a lot of lack of knowledge about the potential for food and income saving that will come as a result of adopting these particular post-harvest technologies. And also the availability of these products is still quite a challenge, because it's on the those which are variable as at now because of the economies of scale. Some is quite expensive and not very affordable to the small scale farmers. Under agriculture diversification, basically we are looking at how do we encourage the farmers to come up with alternative options to have their income so that they can be productive throughout the year. One of such sector that we have tested and piloted with good results is the cassava value chain. And it is believed that about 30% of the Zambian population actually depends on cassava, and cassava as a staple food and also as a source of income. And research have shown that accessing, when farmers, those farmers who accessed improved the markets, basically we have seen them increasing their yield by 269 kgs per hectare. This according to the Rural Agriculture Livelihood Survey, which was conducted in 2019. And also, we have also seen the engagement of the private sector as aggregators and also as processors of the cassava, promoting and giving the market to the small-scale farmers and hence increasing their gross margins. However, the challenge still remains that the productivity is still low in terms of the yield. So this requires a lot of investment in research to ensure that the farmers' productivity and production base is increased. It is still labor intensive because most of it is done manually, and there's very little access to mechanization service, which is still very low. So that requires also to research in terms of which technologies can be used to mechanize cassava production or processing and also value addition. The other intervention under diversification I wanted to bring across as we look at this the food summit is basically the aspect of nutrition. It is believed, like Professor Chinen has indicated, that 35%, 4%, and 12% of the Zambian children under the age of 5 years are stunted, wasted, and underweight, and respectively. So this is a challenge. How do we move to that? To try to address all this, basically what we did as Musika and working with other collaborative is to engage and see how we can commercialize the nutrition status by under the theme making agriculture market work for nutrition, and thereby engaging and supported the processors of nutritious food so that they can develop the distribution and also the supply chain and processing of these nutritious food by providing the market so that we should act as a pool in terms of production of nutritious food, in short, to make them available to the small scale farmers or to the many Zambian population. As a result of this, basically, we have also seen that there has been a 1% increase on the household commercialization index, which is also associated with the 0.67 unit increase in the household direct diversification score, as to the research which was conducted by Mulenga team in 2019. However, despite all these efforts and the benefit that are accruing, this has also gone without some challenges. The greatest challenge that we still have is the nutritional messages in rural communities is still very low. People don't know about these nutritious. What farmers have been encouraged over the past years is to produce and sell to the market. There is also the low processing activities happening around these particular produce that are produced to make sure that the nutrition status is achieved at the end of the goal. The other thematic area or investment area that which we need to consider as we, if we are to be food secure, even as we prepare for this summit, is looking at the climate smart agriculture and the natural resource conservation. Depending, like Professor Chinena said, depending on land-fed agriculture has exposed this sector and the farmers to be more vulnerable to climate change. And just in the agriculture season 2018 and 2019 agriculture season, there was an estimated reduction in maize production due to increased rainfall and also temperatures, this as supported by IAPRI in 2019 research. Having said that, basically, as Musika and other stakeholders, we have been involved and promoting natural resource conservation. And as a result of this, we have seen some private sector partners that have been involved to get 7 times to be verified as carbon credit pass rate. And as a result of this, over 40,000 hectares of threatened Miombo forests have been protected in the lower Zambezi, and also about 943,000 hectares in the Ruangwa basin. And also, based on this one, the other success that is worth noting is the support given to a number of firms that are providing clean energy solution, such as improved cooking stove, to ensure that the cooking time is reduced by 25%, and also to reduce the demand of cutting down the trees where the charcoal is being produced. The challenges has been still that there has been very low organizations that are providing this energy solution to reduce the demand.
Mr. Banda, kindly move towards concluding, please.
They are moving toward that. And basically at the end of the day, you find that the demand has been. What has been the effort to this? All this effort has resulted into increased productivity, increased income, and all enhancing data and diversification at household level. And also Musika has been selected as the PPP platform so that we can increase and amplify this dialogue. In conclusion, Zambia, like any other global country, has adopted an all-inclusive market-based production enhancing technologies to address the farmers' need. However, the markets are working in general, but there's still more need that needs to be done to achieve the inclusive national food system, such as you see consistency in terms of policy and predictability. We need to invest a lot of time also to ensure that we have a clear definition of the law of the public sector and the private sector. We also need to invest a lot of time and resources in fostering, strengthening the agriculture market system to ensure that we embrace all the categories and do make sure that every market transaction that goes out there is encompassed by embedded services. So in short, what we are saying, the Zambian agriculture markets are working to a great extent that needs to be defined as concluded, as put in the conclusion. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banda. I think that's a very well elaborate presentation from Musika. Good work from Musika. We are proceeding with the program. The next is by Dr. Anthony Chapoto, who happens to be the Research Director at the Indawa Agricultural Policy Research Institute. And Dr. Chapoto will be talking to us about perspectives on policy issues needed to strengthen food systems interventions in Zambia. Dr. Chapoto, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me load my screen here, just 1 second.
Okay, as we are loading the screen, let me just remind participants that at the bottom of the screen, you have 2 slots. There's one for Q&A and there's one for chat. We've noticed that some of the questions are going into the chats. Please concentrate your questions onto the Q&A so that we can clearly see them and try and address them. Thank you, Dr. Chapoto, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak about perspectives on policy issues needed to strengthen our food systems in the country. I come from a background where evidence is very key in policy making. At IAPRI, we believe that it is important that we take into account all the information at hand to be able to make better decisions for our country. Unfortunately, I think the agricultural sector is one sector that everyone is an expert, unfortunately. You find that people tend to speak from a position of no evidence. Half the time you find that we miss the target, or we are already missing the target when we try to solve the issues to do with the food systems in Zambia. So in terms of the presentation, I mean, my colleagues have already presented a lot, and I was even saying, okay, maybe I should repackage the whole presentation, but some things I will rehash, some things I'll add some new perspective, but I'll start with the take-home message, which is aligned to the earlier speakers. I'll also give you a bit about the mega trends, opportunities, and challenges, which I think Professor Shinene alluded to, but I'll present them in a different way. And also, how do we unlock the Zambia food systems? As correctly indicated, I think the country faces the productivity and production hurdle. Why do I say that? I think both crops and livestock, we have been lagging behind, and this has constrained investments into the agricultural sector, into the country, and generally the agri-food systems in general. And as indicated, I think I thought I should show you this pyramid where the Zambia farming sector is dominated by very small farmers. And we should not forget that this is reality. So any strategy that we try to come up with has to recognize that we have millions of smallholder farmers. Having said that, these millions of smallholder farmers are not the same. They are quite diverse. Some are real farmers. They think about farming as a business. Others, they are into farming because there are no other options. And it is very important to also take into account that we also have another group of farmers that has been emerging over the past few years, which we call emergent farmers. These are farmers maybe just like myself and many others on this platform who are farming remotely. They have bought pieces of land out there, they are keeping livestock, they are growing crops, but they are farming as a business. But unfortunately, policies have been blind to such kind of farmers. Professor Shinene talked about the constraints facing the agricultural sector and agri-food systems. The issue of land constraints is one of them. People think that Zambia is land abundant. Yes, there is land, but where people live, the land is, farmers are very constrained. Hence, we find that most farmers only cultivate, on average, less than 2 hectares. And to really get a livelihood out of a 2 hectare plot, without irrigation can be very challenging because you only farm once in a season. I think issues to do with post-harvest losses, market issues, the issues to do with liquidity. I mean, finance has always been a major challenge for smallholder farmers. Even the emergent farmers find finances to support commercial production have been a big challenge. So the agri-food systems in the country, like many other African countries, is faced with these major challenges, and trying to stick to the policies, the agri-food systems policy, there are challenges because of lack of stability in policies. I mean, for investors to invest in the sector, you need policies that are consistent, policies that are not ad hoc. But what we have seen is an on and off switch, easily can be switched on, switched off, and that affects investment, particularly in the issues to do with agricultural trade, an area where we can create value for the farmers. So how do we get more for farmers and consumers? Basically, we need improved to improve the farm productivity and close the yield gap across all commodities and livestock. We also try to increase the marketable share, especially for food crops. This includes us reducing the post-harvest losses. I mean, the harvest and post-harvest losses. And also we need to optimize income generation through better access to remunerative markets. I think markets are very key. For a farmer to produce for a better living, they will need a market that is a market that will live forever, a market that continues to develop, a market that creates incentives for them to produce whatever crop or livestock they are producing. So what do we need? We need to promote sustainable uptake of available technology. We need to expand and improve our extension delivery system. We need to manage input price shocks. High price instability usually is a disincentive to most producers. High cost of inputs. You don't know when inputs are the price are going to rise. That discourages a consistent production. And also there is need to invest significant resources, public resources into key drivers of productivity and production growth. And this I'll try to say a little bit more later. We need to also to foster access by means of innovative financing system. I'll also say something a little bit later about it. And also we need to improve producer incentives by addressing challenges and risks in output markets. I think the issue of warehouse receipt system, we have had it for years. This recommendation has been made, but the necessary policies have not been in place, or the necessary appetite to get this going hasn't been really pursued vigorously to be able to make this work. And a warehouse receipt is an innovative system that can make smallholder farmers be included in finance. Issues of value addition, issues of collective marketing, insurance. I think Mr. Banda just talked about microinsurance. Insurance is very important because it deals with, it de-risks the farming experience of the farmer. Issues to do with market-friendly quality and quantity assurance systems. And I cannot overemphasize the need for private sector investment, because government investment into the agricultural and agri-food systems alone will not be able to make or transform the agricultural sector in the country. So there is need for research extension to make sure that productivity increases in the country. So now I'm going back now to try to talk about the potential, the challenges that we see in the sector. But basically, there is no country in this world that has developed without transforming their agricultural system. And that's what we need to know. you need the agricultural sector or the agri-food system to be transformed in order to make all the other subsector, all the other sectors progress. Agriculture creates employment because most people in Zambia are employed in agriculture, and hence we need to make sure that the sector transforms. Economic development, food and nutrition security. But remember, in everything that we do, software is very important. I mean, if you want your computer to run efficiently, your software should be running efficiently. You can have the best computer on this planet, best hardware, but if your software is not right, forget that computer will run efficiently. And this software is the policy issues. Policy really matter. So what are some of the things that are happening globally? It's not just Zambia. There are a lot of things that are happening globally. We have rapid population growth. That means demand is increasing each day. We have rising land scarcity. I think there's land shortages out there. We have the rise in investor farmers, the ones I called emergent farmers. And these are farming as a business. Some people are exiting the farming sector. We have a growth in food demand. Diets are changing and diversification. You find that protein diet is becoming very important. Also the agri-food system transformation is happening. I mean, 5 years ago, we didn't have as many supermarkets than that we have now. There is more investments in processing, etc. We also have large-scale capital-intensive investments that are happening, but they are happening a little bit slower than what is required. And basically, generally, we have urbanization and rising incomes, and these things are creating opportunities as well as challenges for the country and Africa as a whole. And the issue of free markets, I think, it has always been questioned, but free markets work as long as there's predictability, there is no ad hocness in markets, and also there are rules and regulations to regulate how these markets work. So there's nothing that is called free, but it has to be regulated markets, and you need information to regulate these markets. And let me also echo earlier presenters that Zambia has lots of in terms of the diversity in terms of agroecology, I think Zambia is one such country that you can produce almost anything. And there is micro environment somewhere in the country that anything can grow very well. But we need to be able to find that place and be able to put investments that are geographically targeted. In this map, you see that you can do cattle ranching, you can do small ruminants, fish farming, you can do cassava, but you have to target your investments because not all agroecologists do very well. But as a country, we are focused mostly on maize. So we have really put very little public investments in agricultural growth drivers. I think I mentioned this in my opening key take-home messages. We have focused more on FISIP and FRA. Unfortunately, I mean, it pains me at times that I always talk about FRA and FISIP. The programs are good to some extent, but we have put too much investment in them as if they are the panacea for solving all the agricultural issues in the country. Unfortunately, as Professor Shinene indicated, if you have one bullet, you need to shoot the right part of the animal. If it is if a lion chasing you, you need maybe to shoot the heart so that it dies right away. But unfortunately, we have put so much effort into input subsidies as well as output subsidies that have then diverted most of the resources from where they are needed the most. We have made our farmers to be beggars more than they can depend on themselves. So the quality of our expenditure in terms of public expenditure has been questioned, I think, over the years. And And it's important, I think, that we reform the FISIP and the FRI, put some more resources into agricultural research and development is very key. It's needed for agricultural growth. You put more resources into extension services, put more resources into livestock production and disease control, put more resources into infrastructure that is relevant for rural development, feeder roads. It is also important to put more resources into appropriate irrigation and mechanization. Unfortunately, the truth is that we cannot do it currently because the resources are limited, and we have chosen to put a lot of resources in areas where the impacts are very limited in terms of poverty, in terms of productivity. So I think it is important for us to relook our strategy in dealing with production and productivity challenges in the country. So policies are very important. I indicated that we have policy instability. People have not really appreciated the benefits of trade. These are not yet fully understood. I mean, if you look at Zambia, for example, we have 9 countries that are our neighbors. I mean, if I talk, if I go to the Copper Belt and you go to Kasumbalesa, it's amazing what you see there. And we are not fully taking advantage of benefits of trade. The issue of ad hoc and inconsistent trade policies, as I indicated, I mean, it's very important, private sector usually put their money where the risks are much lower or where the risks are known and the changes are limited. So ad hoc and inconsistent private sector trade policies have really discouraged some people to invest in the agri-food systems. I mean, we have seen some companies even pulling away from the grain sector, for example, because of ad hoc export bans or import bans. And also we've seen selective application of rules and regulations. Also, our supply chains are mostly import dependent, hence the trade issues are very key. Also, production is not diversified. I mean, I'll re-emphasize, our investment is too much maize-centric. There is slow adoption of improved technology. And let me say, there's a mismatch between consumption and production. I always say that if you look at our food balance sheet, it is not reflective of what has happened over time. People are consuming different kinds of commodities compared to what was being consumed in the 60s. But you find that our policies have not shifted to take advantage of that. Hence, we have to rely on imports. Hence, our import bill is much higher. Hence, we are taking away opportunities for the small and mediums or even commercial farmers opportunity from developing locally produced foods. So how do we unlock the Zambia's food system? There are a number of pillars that we have to unlock. I'm calling them pillars because these are very key. If we miss any of them, it's likely that we are not going to succeed. The first one has to do with issues to do with support to agricultural knowledge, technology, and innovation systems. I mean, technology has really evolved. Extension systems need to be revamped. Extension of yesteryear, I think, needs to be re-looked at because technology has really developed. We need to make sure that we support the changing environment. Hence, I recommend that there is need to ensure that our research institutions, our universities are fully funded to ensure that we can unlock the benefits of technology and innovation. The second pillar has to do with the production and supply of quality agricultural inputs. I mean, if you look at the fertilizer industry, for example, as an example, you find that we have to import quite a lot of fertilizers. It's a lot of money for some private sector that are participating in it. But that raises the cost of production for our farmers. And it is very important to really ensure that whatever farmers are getting is of good quality, it's timely, it's low cost. So there is need for us to invest and look into issues to do with production and supply of quality agricultural inputs. The third pillar has to do with the infrastructure. We need to support the development of agriculture infrastructure. And as I indicated, this infrastructure has to be relevant to rural development. I think the issues of feeder roads is very important. If it takes you 5 hours to travel 50 kilometers, there is something very wrong. Because then you are increasing the cost of doing business for somebody who is already poor. We also failed to unlock good markets for the smallholder farmers. Why? Because the infrastructure is not correct. Issues to do with mechanization, irrigation development, I think it's all relevant infrastructure that is required. Another pillar has to do with agricultural marketing and trade development. This is very important. Markets and trade. The benefits of trade have to be realized. There is a lot of benefits that come out of trade. Hence, we need not to shy away from opening our border. What we need is to make sure we plan and also to have regulated markets. This is something that I think we need to seriously consider as a country if we are to transform Zambia's agricultural and agri-food systems. The fifth pillar has to do with expanding supply and access to agricultural finance. Without finance, I can tell you, we will dream to transform our agricultural sector forever. It is important to have appropriate appropriate financing schemes for the smallholder farmers and also the emerging farmers. I think the issue of sustainable agriculture is very important. I think we need to make sure that with climate change, for our agricultural agri systems to be sustainable, we need to think about how best to harness our natural resources for the future generations. And last but not least, I think the issue to do with access to and use of and secure land tenure, land rights. You know, if you don't own where you farm, at times you don't invest adequately. Hence, that curtails your production or even your productivity. So I think we need to deal firmly in terms, to do with issues to do with land tenure security. It is very important. I'm glad that we now have a land policy, and this definitely, if it is very clear there, you find that people tend to invest more into the sector. So the issue of agricultural productivity and production in Zambia requires that we deal in all these seven pillars. So there are some progressive policies that we have advocated as IAPRI with evidence, issues to do with open border policies, particularly for the grains. We have been on and off. The issue of smart subsidies, we have advocated for e-voucher so that we can crowd in private sector, we can create employment, but I think there's a desire to go back to the traditional system. Unfortunately, I think the evidence doesn't support the traditional system because it's not effective. And we have also indicated that we need more resources into commercialization and agricultural diversification, particularly for fisheries and livestock, horticulture. Why horticulture is because the evidence shows that most of these smallholder farmers are land constrained. Hence, for you to support maize, you find that you are supporting a low value crop that does not have a kick on poverty reduction. Hence, supporting high value chains, I think it's very important. Issues to do with irrigation and mechanization can never be, I have to re-emphasize that it's very important to invest in appropriate irrigation and mechanization for the smallholder farmers. That will lead to private sector investment. So we always have to ask ourselves, what are people eating and spending their money on? If we ignore this question, you'll find that we also ignore the question that says, does our planning and budgeting reflect the reality on the ground? So what kind of landscape in terms of policies do we need? We need policies that promote modernization of the agricultural sector. We need to recognize that consumption patterns are changing in ways that are creating opportunities for the smallholder farmers. And these require policies to be for the smallholder farmers to be able to benefit from these opportunities. There's need for openness to trade in food and investments led by the private sector, and also policy stability is key. We need to be able to embrace new marketing innovations. Government should put in place regulations that promote competition and more innovation. This is the only guarantee to create paying jobs and also to deal with issues to do with sustainability in development into the future. We need investment incentives, such as tax breaks. These have to be given to both local and international investors. I mean, we have tended to focus more on foreign investors, but I think we have local investors who require some of these incentives to be able to invest in the agri-food systems. So last but not least, government should focus public investments into areas that stimulate growth instead of private goods. Fertilizer, maize, those are private goods. The private sector can deal with it. We need to ensure that the public resources are utilized in areas where private sector are not willing to invest unless government has put in place the right basic investments. So from IAPRI, we have done quite a lot. In this slide, I'm just showing you, we have a wide range of outputs that we have done. And we invite people to dig in. There is a lot of evidence that we can use. You can enhance your knowledge in terms of the agricultural and agri-food systems in the country. We have 5 thematic areas: food and nutrition, gender and youth, climate change, natural resource management, trade, you name it. And as your think tank in the country, we continue to do research in order to help the policymakers make good decisions. Policies are very important for development. And with this slide, I would like to say thank you. I always like Albert Einstein quote. We say we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. And insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And last but not least, anybody who has never made a mistake, he has never tried anything new. The country has potential, and we need to harness this potential for current population as well as future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chapoto. Indeed, policies are important. Mrs. Bernadette Decker Zulu, who is the Executive Director, Policy Monitoring and Research Center, is also going to be discussing perspectives on policy issues needed to strengthen food system interventions in Zambia as well. Mrs. Zulu, are you ready?
Yes, moderator, thank you very much. Uploading my presentation now.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, fellow participants and also presenters. To start with, I've just been given less than 10 minutes, so I'll cruise through my presentation and dwell on the salient points. Yeah. For food systems, we have seen in the first video that we are currently facing challenges such as ongoing climate change, slow global economic growth, the COVID-19 pandemic, and prolonged conflict in some countries. And also, we know that about 2 billion people world over do not have regular access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious foods, which has led to food insecurity and malnutrition. So therefore, my presentation will border around key policy measures as well as reforms that are critical in enhancing our food systems, especially in Zambia. And coming to food security and nutrition, indeed, food security exists in all people at all times, and this has been explained by my previous presenters. And also, Professor Chinene and Professor Ambamba had given an extensive presentation on crop subsector, but takeaway point really is about how we can enhance crop and fishery and livestock to fit well into our food system, and diversification being very critical or immensely key. So moving on, I'll go to let's see, the approaches of or approaches to making coherent policies for food systems. So several practical approaches can improve coherence of food systems policies, such as regulatory impact assessments and stock taking exercises. And we have also seen that there's need for multi-sector consultative processes, such as this platform, and greater coordination between policy actors. And so on regulatory impact assessments, we can try and improve on coherence by ex-net evaluation of potential synergies and trade-offs, and also by comparing different policy options while taking into account some of these interactions and their effect. And on coming to coherence assessment for existing policies through stock-taking exercises, such as initiatives which make an inventory of existing policies and their potential synergies and trade-offs, like I had mentioned earlier. It is also important to note that the multi-sector or multi-stakeholder consultative approaches will improve policy coherence through a wide range of perspectives and expertise. And these also come to the fact that international cooperation is needed to manage transboundary spillovers and avoid incoherent policies, and also policy inconsistencies. And within the country, we have seen and experienced quite a number of policy inconsistencies, and these do not add well to improving the food systems in Zambia. For example, we saw in 2016, there was actually almost a fracas where the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry had a clash on an important matter, and this was to do with exporting, banning the importation of certain fruits and vegetables. The Ministry of Agriculture, in conjunction with or in collaboration with Zambia National Farmers Union, partnered, and they announced that they will no longer import, or the country will no longer import these vegetables and other fruits to add value to agribusiness. But then this saw a very huge fallout by the Ministry of Commerce, which said that they are the only ones, or they are the only entity that can issue a a statutory instrument to move such a ban. So you can see that already there are quite a number of policy inconsistencies in the country that hinder the growth of or the enhancement of food security. However, we thought that we come up with quite a number of recommendations that would share to this forum, and in view that there are quite a number of actors and different stakeholders. As PMRC, we said as a way of improving food systems, we made quite a number of recommendations below. So I'll quickly read through them. And the first one being review of the FRA or Food Reserve Agency Statutory Instrument number 23 of 2012 in order to broaden the commodities that are purchased to reflect diversity in the nutritional needs of citizens in general. Also, the second National Agricultural Policy focuses on 10 strategic objectives. So objective number 7 of the policy, which is to improve food and nutrition security, should be highly promoted by providing adequate resources for implementation. There's also need to promote the seed industry by adequately funding the source of seed to ensure diversity in various seed types through capacity building, alignment of policies to regional standards, and accreditation of the country to accredit itself to different international protocols. So there is also need for the review and provision of institutional support to the Farmer Inputs Support Program, which we know that at the moment we are at 40 to 60% rollout. And so therefore, we can try and build the capacity in farmers to produce more diversified food products, which will enhance competition in the market. So there is really need to speed up this process of implementation when it comes to the feast. And so PMRC urges government to fully implement the blue economy as it has a bearing on the climate change in the agriculture sector and also in the aquaculture sector, especially fisheries subsector. We also note that there's need for more investments in research and development as well as technology and extension services, because these have been identified as key factors affecting productivity. So the promotion of climate smart agriculture practices to avoid disturbance of ecosystems and to reduce greenhouse emissions is key. We have seen the coming in of Smart Zambia. So we think that this is a good move by government to actually incorporate such a smart way of doing things so that we can have incorporation of all sectors in terms of reaching out to curb the climate change unforeseen circumstances within the food chain industry. Also, we note that there's need for systems to be put in place that effectively raise awareness on climate change and its potential impacts on social and economic development, livelihoods and ecosystems, as well as promoting resilience in Zambia's food system. Not thank you, sorry. And I thought I'd add to that some of key policy factors that the government of the Republic of Zambia needs to look in if we are to change the dynamics of food security. And this is by engaging the Ministry of Finance in improving financial literacy among women and youths. And also as we expedite issuance of land ownership, as my colleague from, or rather Dr. Shikoto from IAPRI has already alluded, that there is need to look into land issues so that the most vulnerable groups, and those that intend to enter into agribusiness, can actually be empowered to begin do more agricultural business. And beyond that, financial institutions to at least tailor products to fit circumstances of rural women and youths, and also link them to affordable savings and credit products as a way of adding value to the food systems value chain. Beyond that, it would also be ideal to extend the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade project running under the Ministry of Commerce to the livestock and aquaculture sector in order to boost SMEs growth. And the government has actually made some inroads in fully implementing the e-voucher system, and we hope that things may change, and we hope that the whole food security when it comes to policy measures being taken can actually be fruitful. And while we are at it, there's also need to promote the horticulture industry to complete the food system value, because under the horticulture industry, obviously we're going to see a lot of vegetables, where we see every household, almost every household can have different vegetables being grown at the backyard. It should actually be inculcated in our citizens when it comes to nutritional matters. We have seen in certain police camps that even when there's a very small backyard, they have been told or encouraged to grow their own foodstuffs. You find different tomatoes, different vegetables, and all that. And these are actually civil servants on the lowest side of getting emoluments. And if they can manage to grow their own foods, and so they can meet several nutritional needs. So if every Zambian can actually be advised or be encouraged to do the same, I think under certain policy measures, that would change the narrative. Yeah. So moderator, for me, I think other than regulatory impact assessments to improve coherence of potential synergies in terms of yielding better results in our quest to improve food systems, this is what we had to share when it comes to the policy side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zulu. Clearly, you didn't deserve 10 minutes. I think you needed more time, but you've done a good job. We are moving on. We are running rather short of time. So we are moving to the session now where we're talking about emerging issues. And here the first presentation will be by Professor Felix Kanungwe Kalaba, who is the Associate Professor of Environment and Development at the Copperbelt University. He will be talking about perspectives on addressing emerging challenges such as climate change and environmental degradation. Professor Felix, are you ready?
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. Let me just upload my presentation.
You can give it in slideshow. Okay, we can proceed.
So much for this
you can't be heard. Please proceed.
Okay, I think I've done that. It's just taking a little bit of time.
Secretariat, can you assist? There seems to be a small problem.
Are you able to hear me, moderator?
Yes, I can hear you now, but I can't see your screen.
Okay, let me share it again. I don't know if you're able now to see the screen.
Yes, please. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I will be looking at the emerging issues. And as I start, I'd like first of all just to give this provocation to say that food is not only food on the table or plate, it is that seed, that's more livestock, it's that agricultural land, that forest that when sustainably managed provides various foods. It's about that market that is protected to increase income for the farmer. It is about that industry that processes food and reduces post-harvest losses. So it is important that we look at food in this dimension. And I also like to pick on the quote by Sin, where he said that starvation is the characteristic of some people not having enough food to eat. It is not the characteristic of there being not enough food to eat. While the latter can cause the former, it is but one of the many possible causes. And Sin gave that. Now, in terms of my introduction, it is important to realize that climate change and environmental degradation are among the main challenges of the 21st century. Climate change poses complex challenges to development planning and management at various scales. So climate So Zambia is experiencing various climate hazards. Zambia is experiencing various climate infrastructure risk. Of bridges being washed up. There are other health issues.
There seems to be an echo. There seems to be an echo.
Okay.
Proceed, let's see.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, let's. Okay, thank you. I think I don't know, maybe
Bernadette needs to mute.
Mrs. Zulu, Bernadette, please mute your mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
So Zambia is experiencing various climate hazards, and there are a number of risks that we are already observing, among them the infrastructure, socioeconomic, health challenges, agriculture, and generally environmental change. Now, it is very important to realize that these risks that we are looking at are also cumulative. And what we mean here is that if you have a risk that has to do with agriculture crop failure, or crop failure for our crops, this is actually going to be enhanced or made worse by maybe a failure of infrastructure, such as the washing away of a bridge that farmers are supposed to use to access the market. Now, when you look at the food systems, I think it is important just to remind ourselves that as we look at the food system, we are looking at this complex web of various activities that are involved in production, in processing, in transport, and in consumption. So we're looking at all these issues, including governance. Now, as we look at these issues, then we also need to realize that climate change impacts each and every of these issues that are within the food systems. Now, in terms of the implication of climate change on food security, when you look at droughts, this is something that is already common knowledge. We have crop failure, the actual increase in pests and diseases, both in terms of crops, livestock, and this, at the end of the day, when there's an increase in crop failure, this leads to actually even increase in food prices. So climate change is obviously impacting food security because it affects production as well as availability. Now, what this simply means is that climate change will affect agriculture and production in very complex ways. It will obviously affect, and it is already affecting, food production directly through changes in the agroecological conditions, and indirectly by incomes and thus increasing demand on agriculture. Other impacts of climate change within the agriculture sector is that it's actually impacting on the stability of food supplies. Obviously, with increase in crop failure, with reduction in production, what will ultimately happen is that the food that is available will be less. It is also actually impacting on our food utilization because of the reduction in the shelf life of some food products. Climate change is also impacting access to food. And when you look at access to food, we're actually looking at access to food by individuals, communities, and others as they seek to purchase sufficient quantities and qualities of the food. Now, as we think of all these impacts of climate change, Zambia has been trying to adapt to climate change using various things. Indeed, we have heard from the earlier presentations the fact that we are looking at crop diversification. We have been looking at climate smart agriculture, though we also know that the adoption of climate smart agriculture has been quite low. If you look back in the late 80s, early 90s, the number of studies on agroforestry, quite a number of things have been done, yet there is very little adoption. Now, there are quite a number of things that have been already highlighted within literature in Zambia as barriers to adaptation and resilience building as it relates to climate change. One of them is actually poor livelihood and economic diversification, where we realize that at the national level, there's been a lot of talk around diversifying away from mining, diversifying into agriculture and many other sectors. But one of the things that you realize is that the cries of diversification are only heard when the copper prices drop. And as soon as the copper prices go up, then this cry becomes very faint. The other barriers are high rates of land degradation, which is affecting productivity of this land. There's the low level of technical and technological capacities, which Professor Yamba also alluded to. There is inadequate infrastructure for agriculture produce, as well as infrastructure to help communities adapt to climate change. There is weak policy implementation and also persistent inequalities. Now, as we look at these challenges, what are some of the things that we need to do to address these emerging challenges? I think the starting point is that we need to look at food systems in a more holistic way. And as we look at food systems in a more holistic way, obviously addressing agriculture, which has a bigger share, and within it, we need to look at the aquaculture, the fisheries, livestock, forests, manufacturing industries, as well as a number of other actors. Now, this is important because addressing this will actually help us as we move forward. Addressing this will help us as we move forward. Now, let me quickly talk about some of the foods that are currently being used. Let me talk about some of the foods that I like maybe just to hint on. For example, if you look at food systems in a more holistic way, you need to appreciate that within the forest ecosystems, there are also foods that we also need to look at and critically bring to the table as we look at food security, primarily because of the number of people that actually depend on forests, like in a Zambian case. So in a study of 2013, it was interesting to find that when you look at forest foods that people have access to, about 90% of the respondents in an area study showed that they actually get a number of foods from the forest. These will range from the mushrooms, the fruits, and many other things. Not only that, but these foods also contribute to the income of communities. And when you talk of the income of these rural communities, it was interesting to note that in terms of forest products and revenue from agriculture, they were actually very close. So which goes on to show that this is also a very, very important area that must be considered as we look at enhancing food security of people. And as we look at the different foods that communities get from they get mushroom there, and also you have charcoal. Now it is interesting when you look at charcoal. Yes, charcoal is not a food, but it is actually used as a source of income to enable communities purchase food items. It's also interesting to note that when you look at food shortages, within the context of climate change, it is very clear that there are projections that there will be facing more food shortages. But now in this study, in an area study where we try to understand the current food shortages that people within rural communities face, 48% of the respondents reported that they face food shortages every year between November and April. And as they face these food shortages, there are a number of strategies that they actually engage in to help cope with these shortages. And the large percentage actually end up engaging in charcoal production. Now, it is important to note that if you look at charcoal production, it has these impacts on the environment, which may lead to environmental degradation. So it is important to note that in a bid to actually cope with food shortages, there is actually a link to environmental degradation. So there is that very, very strong link. And I remember asking some community members who said that when they run out of food in the household, the axe hits the tree. And this is what they say. So what this simply means is that if they run out of food with food shortages, the easiest way to actually have money to buy food is actually through engaging in charcoal production. So we're able to see how food shortages are linked to environmental degradation. Not only that, it is also important to note that climate change is going to cause a lot of stresses. It is going to cause a lot of shocks even within households. And these shocks may be some crop failure, animals dying because of maybe diseases and so on and so forth. Now, currently, there are a number of ways in which communities tend to cope with these shocks. And when you look at coping with these shocks, many of them obviously you look at to forest produce, you look to agriculture produce to help cope with the shocks. Now, with climate change, the intensity and severity of these shocks is going to increase. And as this increases, it means that it is going to increase again pressure on these use. What are some of the key messages that I would like to pick as we look at this food summit? Number one is to appreciate that agriculture production, in as much as agriculture production is actually low now, I think in the first presentation, Professor Chinene did say that productivity in the agriculture sector is low due to political and market failures. I must emphasize that agriculture productivity or production is actually going to further reduce because of climate change. Therefore, food systems must be looked at holistically, addressing agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and the wider ecosystems which provide various ecosystem services. There's also a need for climate change projection, so that we need to project as the nation Zambia to see where are we going to be at in the next 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, 20 years. Once we do the projections, these projections must inform the crops that we are growing and the crops that we plan to grow, as well as the policies and the strategies that we put in place. Why? Because we cannot have practices that are put in place now. These will not be sufficient because next year things will change. As a result, the policies and practices of today, if not taken into consideration, the projections may actually be null and void. So if we are to seek to achieve our national development goals, achieve the strategic development goals, we need to actually look at the projection. Try to understand what are the new pressures, what are the projected threats, what are the projected pests and diseases, what are the projected impacts of climate change on non-wood forest products. So this requires research, so that if we do our research very well, we have our evidence that will help us move forward. The other thing that I would like to take note of is that post-harvest losses are increasing and are projected to increase due to climate change. So this is the reality. We need to appreciate that as we look at climate change and environmental degradation, healthy ecosystems is equal to increased productivity. And if we're going to look at increased productivity, we have to look at increased productivity even in terms of the food that will be available to all of us. Now, in my conclusion, a couple of things that I'd like us to reflect on. One is just to re-echo the fact that climate change and environmental degradation is actually reducing the resilience of communities and increasing the food and nutritional insecurity. So climate change is reducing the resilience of communities, meaning that communities are actually weak. So where we are in terms of poverty, with climate change, if we do not put in relevant strategies, what will happen is that we'll actually be worse off. Food and nutritional security will be worsened if appropriate measures are not put in place. Adaptation strategies must therefore address diversification of agriculture and food systems. Like my other colleagues have also mentioned, we need to also look at the institutional and the policy enablers. What are the institutional and policy enablers that must be addressed to help us look at food beyond just our conventional agriculture? Systems and the societal impacts of climate change in Zambia require transformational change in sustainable development. Colleagues, it is no longer business as usual. Ours now is business unusual. Most of the dominant adaptation discourse that we have around climate change in Zambia is focused at diversification within the agriculture-based livelihood strategies. But I think it is important to diversify both within and outside the agriculture sectors. But as we seek to do this, we also need to be alive to the fact that maladaptation risks are actually existing also because diversification interventions tend to be generic. You know, you want to use generic approaches that do not provide suitable options to complex and localized risk profiles. So we need to appreciate the various risk profiles in different communities, in different districts, and then put in measures that indeed speak to the risk profiles. We need to move away from more generalized diversification interventions. To ensure sustainable transition towards climate resilient and compatible development in Zambia, facilitating diversification throughout the economy should be supported by complementary approaches towards land use and natural resources management, urban planning, as well as providing supportive infrastructure development. Now, my colleague from IAPRI did also emphasize on the fact that as we look at infrastructure, we are looking at infrastructure that is appropriate, infrastructure that will help farmers have access to markets, infrastructure that will reduce post-harvest losses by reducing the time that is spent in transporting these products. And as I conclude, may I also just mention the fact that as we look at climate change, it will obviously increase post-harvest losses. So we need to look at reducing post-harvest losses and appropriate measures put in place. Thank you so much, moderator. I submit.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalawa, on that very interesting presentation on emerging issues. We are proceeding to look at what Dr. Chitundu Kasase has to present. Dr. Chitundu Kasase is Director and Chief Executive Officer, National Technology and Business Center, and he'll be talking about perspectives on addressing post-harvest losses, value addition, and enhancing food nutrition quality for different market niches. Dr. Kasese, are you ready?
Yes, moderator. Good afternoon.
Yes, please proceed.
Whilst I'm trying to share my presentation, give me one moment. I can't see the share button. One moment.
Just below there, next to the chat.
Sure, one moment.
Secretariat, you can also come in quickly.
Can you see my slide?
Not yet.
You have to double click on the share button.
One moment.
Yes, it is coming.
Is it visible now?
Okay, yeah, it is now. Yes, please proceed.
Okay, one moment. Okay, Thank you, moderator. To begin the presentation, let me first of all start by answering perhaps the question that the UN envoy to the Food Summit, and the question was asking what Zambia would want to present and take to the Food Summit. And by answering that question, then I ran the meeting through some of the things that are responding to this response. So I do acknowledge all the protocols as highlighted. So the first thing that we should be considering in responding to SDG number 2, which is around zero hunger, within the space of post-harvest handling and agro-processing, which of course hinges on food security and indeed security, is that some of the solutions we'll talk about here already exist. The problem we are facing as a country is basically the same as some of our colleagues in the different countries and regions. And so number one, there have to be some mechanisms through which we can share information, and especially maybe looking at some of the available tech transfer mechanisms that we can leverage, so that those are best practices and valuable innovations and technologies that are happening within the post-harvest and handling and agro-processing happening in the different countries, can be leveraged and used in Zambia. The second thing we should be taking to the Food Summit, especially around the availability of nutritious foods, is basically coming up with incentives to the actors within the agro-processing sector, just given the key role that they play, and more so that it's purely driven by the private sector. So it's thinking around what kind of incentives we can make available for these players, especially here in Zambia in our context, so that they can meet the increased productivity in terms of agriculture. We have heard that Zambia is on an increasing trend in terms of productivity. We just have had a bumper harvest. So to meet that harvest, it will be important that we engage the private sector so that there is, they can catalyze and, through some incentives to this sector. And then thirdly, I think some mechanisms in terms of both the private sector and public sector making some investments. We need to create opportunities for the public sector and the private sector to really, invest in agriculture, and especially around post-harvest and agro-processing. You'll hear in my presentation just the enormous amount of food that goes to waste at different levels in agricultural value chains. And then thirdly, we cannot live in, number 4, we cannot live in isolation. So as a country, we need to leverage those opportunities for market creations and linkages. As I said earlier on, we have seen an increase in agricultural productivity, and to make sure that our surpluses do not go to waste. If we can feed our people and we have those excesses, there has to be that opportunities for markets that ought to be created and allow the producers to leverage that. With that said, moderator, let me just run you through in terms of the current state around food loss and wastage. Not only Zambia is the only country, but we have seen that globally, food loss and waste still remains a substantial global problem. We are at a stage where these problems are not only affecting us in the lower income countries, but also the bigger countries. And we can estimate that in Zambia, about 20-45% of the food that we produce basically go to waste. And you'll hear later on that most of these wastages actually happen at farmer level, and therefore that remains a challenge. Secondly, what we see is that of this 25%, most of it happen at farm trade or processing stages, and to some extent also as far as the retail or what could be happening in our households. Then if we have to make this in terms of what's happening globally, we see that of this 30%, it amounts to around about 931 million metric tons, which is basically 70% of what we are producing globally. And so this picture really fits in what's happening in Zambia, and we can extrapolate all these percentages in terms of what we are wasting in terms of food. Just to give an overview, if we look at per capita food losses globally, we see that in sub-Saharan Africa, where we are as Zambia, that most of it, is happening at production to retail stage. And this basically entails, therefore, that we need to look at means how we can, what we can do at these stages of the value chains to make sure that those, per capita food losses and wastages are really brought to a minimum. As an example, again, just to look at maybe those food that can be important to Zambia. If we look at cereals, we look at roots and tubers, fruits and veg, and dairy products. What we see is that in sub-Saharan Africa, most of this is happening at production level and also at post-harvest level. And therefore, moderator, this basically entails that perhaps to reduce on those food losses and wastages, these are the key sectors in these value chains where we ought to pay attention and really come up with solutions and actions that should entail that we are reducing on those food losses. Looking at the generic, a value chain for most of the foods, we can identify some of the causes that are contributing to this 20 to 45% food losses in Zambia. And moderator, not only can we look at the causes, we also have an opportunity to think about some of the things that we ought to be doing to reduce on those food losses. And so if we look at a production level, we see, as I said earlier on, that number one, when we see that there's an increased production, that increased surplus of production ought to be met with demand. And in the absence of that demand, what we are likely to see is that what is being produced will basically go to waste. And number two, because of the limitations in maybe extension services, what we see sometimes is that smaller farmers may prematurely harvest their crop, and that crop, because of the biological systems within the immature crop, that may lead to some wastages. Or secondly, it may just entail that that particular crop may not be taken up to go into the market for processing. Also, inadequate market systems do contribute to some of those food losses. In terms of the solutions, so communication cooperation between farmers therefore becomes critical, so that when farmers are aware of the demand, there can be appropriate planning to ensure that whatever is being produced by the smallholder farmer, gets into the market, so that those losses are not there. And number two, diversifying and upscaling, smallholder farmers' production and marketing can really contribute to those food losses reduction. And then of course, marketing cooperatives and improved market facilities can be helpful because a particular crop that was meant for wastage, if there's an opportunity for it to go into the market, it may entail, therefore, that there will be food reductions. At processing stage, in most agri value chains, one of the major causes to food losses are basically the poor storage facilities and lack of infrastructure. Chair, we had that most of the producers of the food we eat are the smallholder farmers, and this sector of producers are the ones that have poor storage facilities and infrastructure. So therefore, as a solution, investments in infrastructure and transportation can play a key role in ensuring that whatever is being produced is stored adequately, and there's an available infrastructure where a value addition can be done to that particular crop. Number two, as a cause at processing level, is the unsafe, what we said, unsafe food is not fit for human consumption, and therefore it will be wasted. To mitigate on that cause, therefore, we need to develop knowledge and capacity of food chain operators so that there's an application of safe food and handling practices. Because food product that is produced and does not meet the minimum safety requirements will basically not get into the market, and subsequently it may go into waste. Then also there's a limited processing facilities. What we see that if you look at the places where the food is produced and where the facilities to add value are situated, we see that there can be some challenges that may limit that particular food getting into that particular processing facility. And in that way, what we're likely to see is that that food will go to waste. As a solution, we need to develop appropriate linkages between processors and producers. And in the context of Zambia, we're really beginning to see some programs into agriculture, commerce, and industry where we are making efforts to link producers and farmers to the nearest available facility where those foods can be processed. At retail level, what we see is that there is, as a cause to food waste and loss, there's a demand by the retail, markets to demand, certain standards for them to accept produce produced by a smallholder farmer. So as a solution, we need to engage both producers and consumers so that these standards are user-friendly, so to allow more produce getting into the retail markets. Then also what we see in the retail market is that they find it cheaper to just throw away whatever is not bought or whatever is getting perished. So as a solution, we need to develop standards that can allow for some kind of a circular economy around those foods, and see if there can be opportunities for those food products to be reused or channeled into another value chain that can still contribute to the availability of food. And then lastly, and this is more at a consumer level, where we see that we, as consumers, we tend to buy from the retail market more than we need. And as a consequence, what is getting into our bins is quite massive. So as a solution to this, it's important that there's some kind of a public awareness on those aspects of how we manage the food that is available. So, Chair, to summarize, these slides has projected an idea of what could be the causes to the food losses, and what could be the opportunities that are available on how we can contribute to the reduction in food losses. As I said, most of the food losses do happen at production and processing, and therefore there's need to have a focus on those proposed solutions. Let me repeat, Chair, because this is important. It's investments in infrastructure and transportation. And then number two, developing a knowledge and capacity of agro processors, to make sure that they are producing safe and quality foods, and also providing a linkage between the producers and the farmer. And we can think of all kinds of incentives that can be applied to both the producers and the agro processors, so that every food that is produced by a smallholder farmer is finding itself in a processing facility. To end my presentation, moderator, what are some of the future perspectives and actions that should be considered for Zambia to make sure that we have a reduction in food loss and wastage? First of all, it's important to understand, and as I said, that these solutions and action exist along the whole food value chain for reducing food loss and waste. So it's not just looking at one level of the food chain. We should look at the entire value chain, so that the actions and solutions that we should be proposing should be taken in the context of the entire value chain. And also, moderator, it's important that for Zambia, that these solutions and actions should have a producer perspective, because we know that by improving these post-harvest technologies and innovations, and also by changing smallholder producers' behavior around storage and post-harvest, and indeed investments in storage facilities and in particular cooling chains for perishables, we see that this can be cardinal, or solutions and actions around these while focusing on the producer therefore becomes critical, because it's the smallholder producers that are critical at that level of the value chain. Then also solutions and actions at retail and consumer level, they should focus on behavior change and practices that should contribute to a reduction in the amount of food that is being wasted at a household level. Then in the context of a current globalized food supply chain, where certain foods are produced, transformed, and then transported to different parts of the world, there's a need to focus on the impact of those growing international trades, so that there are valuable platforms that should allow for what is being produced in Zambia getting into our neighboring countries and vice versa, so that ultimately what we want to see at the end of the day is that what is being produced by the smallholder farmers is finding itself in a facility where there is a value addition. Let me end by saying that these actions and solutions have an opportunity to leverage the trendy fourth industrial revolution, techs and innovations, and the opportunities for the circular economies to reduce the impact and change on food waste. What I mean by this, moderator, is that as a country, we ought to leverage the fourth industrial revolution that has provided an opportunity for those innovations and technologies that if they are used and leveraged here in Zambia, and in particular looking at opportunities where what is really likely to go into waste, if we can apply some kind of a circular economy, taking it into another value chain that may entail more food availability that is safe and used by the population. We ought to be moving towards those opportunities. So I end by saying that as we take this picture to the food summit, as a country, we can leverage the fourth industrial revolution technologies and innovations, and also the opportunity that exists within the secular economy. I submit and thank you, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kasese. I think that's a very interesting presentation on post-harvest losses. We are running out of time. We move on. Mr. Matthews Ntabo is the Executive Director, Young Emerging Farmers Initiative, and he'll be talking to us about perspectives on changing human demographics and implication for agriculture and food systems, making agriculture attractive to the youth. Mr. Ntabo, you are ready?
Yes, thank you.
Please take over.
Are you able to see me?
I'm seeing you, but not your screen.
Okay. Just, the screen. Where is she? What's the share?
You are sharing the screen?
Yes, we're sharing the screen.
Okay, we can see the screen.
Are you able to see the screen now?
Yes, please, you can go ahead. We can see the screen. You can just
Okay,
put it in slide mode,
yeah.
slideshow mode.
Right, so thank you very much. I'm presenting on the perspectives of on changing human demographics and the implication for the agriculture and food systems, making agriculture attractive to the youth. And my name is Matthew Ntabo, Executive Director, Young Emerging Farmers Initiative. So our presentation will talk about ourselves as EFE. Then we will talk about the population overview, the performance of agriculture, implication for agriculture and food systems, youth engagement in agriculture, making agriculture attractive, and we'll conclude with some COVID-19 and agriculture sector. So basically, EFE is a non-governmental organization that was formed in 2014. That's 10 years later after the forum, and we've been existing and we have been performing since that time. We have a network of over 15,000 youths in Zambia, and we have reached out to over 500,000 people through EFE programs and projects. We envision an empowered youth in agriculture. So on the population overview, we see that actually Africa, as well as South Asia, will continue growing. The demographics are showing that it will continue growing in terms of population, and that the growth as well will continue, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. By the year 2100, Asia and Africa are expected to host a combined population of about 9 billion from a total of 11 billion. And according to 2019 world population statistics were showing that in 2018, Zambia was about 17.5 million people compared to 2.3 in 1950. So, and in 2010, we see that actually the population of the youth aging from 15 to 65 is about 50 plus one. And then this actually shows that there's going to be serious pressure because by 2050, the Zambian population is projected to be about almost 40 million, 39 point. The performance of the agriculture sector, this is This is derived from the World Bank in 2020, and it's showing the contribution of the agriculture sector to GDP. In 2009, for example, we see that the contribution to the GDP of Zambia is only 11.5, and we have seen a trend which is showing that it's decreasing to 2019. It was about 2.7. What is the implication for the agriculture sector and the food system? Firstly, we see that there is increase in the increase in population exerts serious pressure on the agriculture sector, because there's a demand. Actually, there's increased demand for production, and this pressure needs to be satisfied. However, we see that to satisfy this pressure, we see the use of unsustainable agriculture practices. For example, we see that the use of synthetic fertilizers and chemicals, and clearing of huge tracts of lands. We were in Mufumbwe, Mukushi. We can see this resulting in loss of biodiversity. There is also the issue of little diverse of foods produced, and the majority of these foods that are produced are actually unhealthy. Okay, we also see that this increase in population has also contributed to the massive loss of forests. So there's serious deforestation that is taking place. We're in Mufumbwe again. We're doing a needs assessment, and we could see that this is bringing to light issues of climate change, where the water crisis. We stimulated the discussion, and DMMU, which deals with disasters in Zambia, actually responded. What are the other issues? The increase on population also actually provides an opportunity for producers actually to produce more food, and this we think is going to stimulate and establish local markets. What is the other issue is that the increase in population is an opportunity to actually invest in value addition, which is able to create sustainable jobs, especially for the youths that we represent. We also see this to force government to actually adopt the CADIP targets, which the CADIP targets demands that we allocate at least 10% of the national budget towards agriculture, with a pledge of annual growth of about 6%. What has been our issues pertaining to youth engagement in agriculture? We see that youth unemployment rate has been rising, especially by 2020, it was above 21%. And this clearly shows that Zambian youth, the youth population, are skewed towards serious poverty levels. So agriculture basically presents this immediate alternative to youths in Zambia. However, we also note that majority of our youths that are engaged in majority of our youths actually needs to change their mindset and needs to be motivated to find agriculture attractive. Apart from the mentality, youths are finding it hard to venture into agribusiness because the environment is still not yet conducive for the youths. The fact still stands that agriculture has the ability of increasing any economy by 3 times of its size. So youths in agribusiness, on agriculture, have not been taken seriously. We need to emphasize that youths have not been taken seriously. What we see is that youths are basically just mentioned in documents. In practice, we see that we've not been taken seriously as youths in agribusiness. YEFI has been targeting youth from 15 to 35, and all these in the agriculture sector. In 2018, for example, we were in Mbala and in Chilenge. Over 1,000 youths that we interacted with actually felt that they are not prioritized by stakeholders. They are not engaged by stakeholders. So the focus in agriculture has basically, we think, has been on the older folks and not the youths. How do we make agriculture attractive or sexy? One, we need to look at and consider markets. We need to create effective, organized, and sustainable markets that are able to pay a premium. You know, the issue has been that youths are only basically attracted to agriculture first and foremost to make money. So under the Zaikala project in the central province of Serenge, Mukushi, Chitambo, over 500 youths actually have identified and are facing challenges in terms of accessing sustainable markets. Of course, we also have the knowledge as well as technical capacity. Most youths don't really know where to get this information, even when it's available on the internet. The big one is on finances. There's need to establish agriculture banks. We've been advocating for such to create agriculture banks or funds that are able to help in financing this unique sector of agriculture that has been affected by climate change, many other issues, including policy. We think that we need to help startup because agriculture is not cheap. The problem has been that youths have been seen as very high risk clients for banks and the financial sector. So the issue is, how do we de-risk? How do we de-risk the agriculture sector, especially as it relates to young people? The other issues that we have observed are issues to do with road network, institutional and infrastructure development. We're saying there's need to address the poor management of line ministries, resources, and allocation. We see, I think, from the previous and these other programs supporting the youth and the like, basically, we don't see that. Finally, we're saying that we need to ensure that this value addition. There's need to invest in it to develop and establish value addition in the agriculture sector. This will enable youth to find points of entry. And as YEFI, we have been at it to say that youths can enter at different levels in the agriculture value chain. Technology also, there's serious need to involve technology in the sector, and we think that youths in some areas that we visited, like Mukushi, Serenge, Kapompo, Mufumbwe, Chavuma, we still see youths using hoys, for example, and we think that they have not embraced technology for various reasons that we have mentioned, including finances. We have also seen the issue of creating role models as something that has been very attractive. Each time there is a role model on the agriculture scene, with our My Farm, My Swag campaign, we have seen youths that we look up to, youths like who are ambassadors of YEFI, such as Dr. Tamara Kaunda, Maria Zaromes, the Z Farmer. All these have actually met and policy implementation. Yes, government has shown significant political will to prioritize youths. We have seen that in the 7th National Development Plan, where agriculture has been prioritized. However, we think that the mention in documents has not been put into practice. We want to emphasize that point, that the policy has not been put into practice in most of government programs, and we need to ensure that that actually changes, because effectively, if that is not done, it makes everything look like nothing has been done. In the inclusive sector, it is also important to have an inclusive sector that looks in the marginalized people like youth, women, and people with disabilities. So YEFI has a deliberate policy in its programming to ensure that 5% of the beneficiaries in its projects are those with disabilities. We also think that the agriculture sector now has a challenge, the challenge of the COVID-19. It has affected the agriculture sector. We as YEFI has been creating awareness. We have been distributing face mask, hand wash, and many others among the youths, especially those in rural areas. I have been very interested in the rural areas where I've grown up from, and we think that we need to ensure that we look at the plight of youths in agriculture in the rural areas. Therefore, we want to conclude by saying Zambia's ability to achieve food and nutrition security and the capability basically to reduce poverty is intrinsically linked to the inclusion in the development and growth. However, the economic growth and development has to be sustainable. It must immediately include the marginalized people in society, including the youths. The increase in the population in future should be seen as an opportunity to engage youths so as to create wealth for the country and employment for the youths in the sector. We need deliberate youth engagement in the sector, and we think this will contribute significantly to the sustainable growth in the sector, as well as contribute to the achievement of the SDGs, which include SDG 1, 2, 8, 13, and 17. I want to thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antabo. I think that's very interesting. Yes, indeed. I think we need to include the youth in agribusiness, not just in talking, but in practice. So I think that is a well-taken message. We are running rather late in terms of timing, but I was wondering if maybe there are some participants who would like to ask a question. Maybe you could raise your hand. Questions have been answered in the chat boxes, in the Q&A. They'll also be included in the final report. But maybe if somebody just wants to ask a question now, you could raise your hand, and then we could see maybe 2 or 3 quickly. And then you can also tell us which panelist you would like that question to be addressed by.
There's a hand.
Okay, if there's a hand, please unmute and go ahead and ask.
This is unmute. Please unmute your mic.
Unmute and ask the question, please. You can introduce yourself first. What's the name of the person who raised the hand?
Charles Chisanga.
Chisanga, please unmute and ask your question. Secretariat, are you able to unmute?
Chair, he has been given privileges to talk, so he needs to just unmute unless he has disappeared.
Okay, anybody else with a question? Well, if not, maybe we can move over to the.
Yeah, there's one.
Another hand.
There's a hand.
Yes.
By?
Mwinga Chelo.
Okay, Mwinga Chelo, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, participants. Good afternoon, panelists. I'm directing this question. I've asked it in the Q&A, but I think we need to discuss this a little bit more, in a group or in a panel, in a sort of plenary, discussion and conversation. I'm an, if you like, an emerging farmer. I do my farming in Rufunsa, and then I'm also employed by the United Nations, apparently. So what I wanted to find out was, how do we sort out, the financing, production and market nexus? And I'll give you an example where I'm coming from. When my father was farming in the 80s, I think there was what we used to call agricultural finance company, which became Lima Bank later on, I think in 94, whatever. So what used to happen was AFC would finance the producer would sell his produce to either NAMBOD or the cooperative marketing union those days, and AFC would recover their money through a warehousing system where they would send a stop order for that particular farmer. So that part of the money is paid back to agricultural finance company. Now, in a situation where we have a liberalized market, where I think Professor Chinene was trying to encourage the full participation of the private sector, how do we then handle that? Because most of the banks, when you walk in there, I've been there several banks, and they'll tell you, look, the issue is collection of our money when we give it to you. That has been the major challenge, because we don't have that kind of mechanism where when you sell to the market is able to recover money on behalf of the bank and then pay it back to the bank. So I thought maybe we could spend a bit of time discussing that particular aspect of food production.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mwinga. Any other hand? Maybe we can take two more and address them collectively. Any other hand?
Charles Chisanga.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Mr. Chisanga.
Thank you very much. I'm using my phone. So my question is on R&D. How can we get the government to finance R&D like it happens in other countries, where like South Africa, the government would give money for research to professors, and then professors would engage either master's student or PhD students to do research which will inform policy. How can we do that in Zambia so that professors and maybe doctors continue doing research and publish research which is validated to inform our policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can take the last one. Anybody, any hand again? If none,
yes, we have is that from Mwamba Kapambe?
Okay, can you go ahead, please, and ask a question?
Mwamba, go ahead.
Thank you. As a number of presenters have alluded to, there is need to incorporate the participation of the private sector if we are to develop the agricultural sector. My interest is, do we have efforts, maybe such as incentives to attract investment into the sector? And I'm more interested in foreign direct investment vis-a-vis issues of mechanization and so on and so forth. Please, if you can address that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me ask the panelists now to address the issues. I don't know, the first one, who would want to go first? Mr. Banda or Professor Chinene? I don't know. On the financing, yes, please.
Yes, maybe I can come in, Chair, if you can hear me.
Yes, please. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mwinga, for that question. The agricultural finance company of the 80s, we also had the cattle finance company, that time. Those were well-intentioned organizations, but they collapsed because of failure by loanees to repay their loans. The loans were considered to be from the government, and the people just did not pay back and got away with it. No one was ever prosecuted for defaulting on these loans. So if we were to go back to that again, I think we are assured of failure. My view is that we already have a well-established, financing system in Zambia. We have banks and so on. So the government can work with these existing banks, to finance smallholder farmers, to finance irrigation or whatever we want to do in the agricultural sector. I think that as a matter of policy, we should try to reduce government involvement, because government involvement, stifles initiatives, it stifles the private sector. That is the bitter lesson that we have learned, over the years. So I won't support creating more parastatals in the agricultural sector again.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Banda, would you like to have a say also on this one?
Yes, thank you, the moderator, for this. Picking up from where Professor Chinene has left, basically, I think from what we have seen over the past 10 years, is that the private sector are able to come to this challenge and be able to provide the necessary facility in terms of financing the production and so forth. And there are quite a number of interventions that are in the place. For instance, if you look at the development system, that which will allow the small or the farmers to deposit their maize in house and then be able to be given a warehouse receipt, and they can go to a financial institution to redeem a certain percentage of that particular value of what they have deposited. Then we'll create another way of financing this. What government can do from our experience basically is to create incentives and build incentives around, especially in terms of a credit guarantee. We did that as Musika in terms of putting up a partial credit guarantee with the banks, and the banks rented out the mechanization equipment to the small scale farmers, and the repayment was very good. We didn't experience any default around those, and that also helped many banks to open up and amplify their agribusiness. So what is needed basically is to allow the private sector to get involved and understand the incentives and the objective of the private sector getting involved. And once we do that, then concerted effort can be made to ensure that we create incentives around that. And the other issue, what we can also start looking at and investigating and through research and development and the building policy around, is to ensure that we promote and consider value chain financing, which is quite a cheaper option as opposed maybe to go and get a commercial loan from financial institution. So value chain financing is one such option that we can consider, and that requires now a bit of research and then develop an appropriate business model that which will allow for value financing. So in short, I support the participation of the private sector and the government providing the enabling environment. I thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banda. Any further comments from panelists on this one?
Yes, moderator, just very quick comments. Number one, I think the elephant in the room as regards to financing are the huge interest rates. we have heard and seen farmers who have gotten loans and how the once flourishing farms, when they are faced with one challenge, everything that they have is repossessed. So attached to that, we need to look at the interest rate. The interest rates are too high. Secondly, we also need to look at insurance, because all it takes is just one bad season and you are gone. So these issues seriously need to be considered, because wherever farming is successful, I think there is a level of subsidies which are given to people so that they can actually enhance that. So financing, I think this is the elephant in the room. It's something that needs to be really looked at, and this is linked to good markets, because you can only get good financing if you are going to get enough resources from your produce. So I think that's quite critical. I wanted to touch on the second comment, and if you may allow me, moderator.
Yes, please. Yes, please go ahead.
So on research and development, I totally agree with Dr. Chisanga, where there is need for government as well as the private sector to support research in universities. And when you're looking at supporting research, funds should be given, and when funds are given, researchers must have the liberty to think through and actually be. At the moment, most of the researchers in our institutions of learning, as well as research institutions, are just dignified data collectors. All they do is collect data for research that is funded by some institutions, who end up setting even the research agenda. So one of the things that we need to do is, if Professor Chinene is given a 200 or 500,000 kwacha for just research, he is going to have the platform to be innovative, break new grounds. But at the moment, you realize that we are not doing much. Why? Because of funding. And as long as funding to research institution is not going to be there, I think we'll end up in the same problem that we're facing. So there's need for research, not only funding, but funding that will allow people to be innovative, not funding that is actually very much tied to say, do your research on this and on this. It should not be very prescriptive. It needs to actually allow researchers to actually break the ground and bring innovative thoughts to the table. I submit, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other comment from the panelists?
Chair, can I comment?
Yes, please, Professor Mbayamba.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, on financing, I'll comment from the angle that I presented in my paper. First of all, I think we all acknowledge, and from various presentations, that in the agricultural sector, which is dominated by small-scale farmers, application of technologies is very low there. Irrigation, very low. Food processing, very low. Very low productivity, primary productivity, very low nutrition status, and so on and so on. So everything about the smallholder agricultural sector is low. Now, those who finance agricultural practices, they don't want to finance just for the sake of financing. We have heard already that there were failures when the government brought in some of those agricultural banks that finance these smallholder farmers. So unless we build human capital that can deal with all these, and by human capital, I'm talking about the farmers. There must be a new crop of farmers. We must target the young people. It's not the tired and the retired, because those who never, they can't do it. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm just speaking science. And these are, I think, facts on the ground. So we must target the young people. In my presentation, I talked about how do you bring up, somebody into becoming a producer, a farmer, somebody who's going to look at agriculture as a science, as a profession, as a business. You start them from preschool. You don't start them when they go to college. That is already too late. They cannot do it. So I think financing agriculture is not just for the sake of doing it. I mean, we have seen government has been putting under FISIP, billions of kwacha there. Where are we? We are nowhere. So I think we need to build a new crop of farmers, those who can actually, who know what agriculture is. And I can tell you that, those who want to finance agriculture at that time, it will come naturally. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I need a comment on the last question on the incentives to the private sector.
Chair, if I could add my voice, I had my hand raised.
Okay,
this is
please
Dr.
go.
This is Dr. Chapoto Ayapri.
Okay, please go ahead, Dr. Chapoto.
Yeah, I mean, I also have a comment on the financing part of it. I think the major issue I think that we have is, I mean, we have so many innovations that are out there, but I think as a country we have chosen to probably brush them aside, and also we have ignored, I think, the emerging trends in the type of farmers we have. Because have you ever wondered how commercial farmers get funded? It's so amazing that you see before they put a crop into the ground, they already have somebody who is going to buy that crop. Banks like that because when you have an off-taker, you can even work with the off-taker to provide the farmer funding to be able to produce. But I think because we have so many smallholder farmers, you find that we have ignored these innovations that could bring them to be financially included. I mean, I had the privilege to work with the ministry on what is required to make the warehouse receipt system work. And we worked with banks. And the banks said, you see, as long as there is a high risk in agriculture, sorry, we are not going to put our money in there. And as long as the policies that the government has interfere with private sector operations, forget that will come into and finance agriculture. So I think there is need for a holistic approach where government does its part to regulate and be much more focused to make sure that they're attracting more investment into the agricultural sector. The private sector, as Dr. Abayamba has indicated, they will come in and be able to play their part. But as long as the policies are not consistent, I mean, you look at what happened to AFGRI. The maize sector could have been maybe at a different level because AFGRI was providing a market for the smallholder farmers, emerging farmers. But because of an export ban, their investment went to waste. So they had to pull out, which is a result of policy. So the software, I think, has to be right. I think on the last part on how do you attract private sector investment into agriculture, I think for me, I think for foreign direct investment, for example, investors usually look at the environment where they are going to work, and they don't want an environment that is too risky. If you look at the grain sector, you find that I think because of policies, we've made the environment a little bit more risky, hence we don't attract foreign direct investment that is required to really change the sector. But I think there's also a need to look at local investors. I think that's where I think we have not been putting a lot of focus on. There are a lot of local investors, young, old, middle-aged. These people have money that they want to invest, but they don't know how to invest, or as somebody has indicated, the interest rates are very high. So you find that people tend to invest elsewhere rather than in the agricultural sector. So there is a need to really look at these issues holistically so that you can create incentives for local investors to be able to put in their money into the agricultural sector. Other countries, for R&D, for example, you find that they will say 1% of the GDP goes to R&D. R&D is not just the research that we do, but it stretches across several areas of research and development. And that's how most countries have developed. But we cannot do it if the quality of investment or the quality of public expenditure is redirecting private sector investments. And to me, I think that redirection is being redirected to the wrong areas, because you find big companies now are fighting for to supply seed. Big companies are fighting to supply fertilizer, because that's where the money is. So redirecting our public sector investments into the right aspects of what will stimulate the agricultural growth in the country, I think is what we really need. And it's a bold step that is required on the part of government to just say, we are going to put X to research and development. We are going to put X to irrigation. If you look at the analysis that has been done, very little is going there. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also maybe just a small comment on the fact that agriculture equipment is zero rated. That's also part of an incentive for the private sector. But I need to move on. I think the time is not with us. We move on into the closing session. I know that people still want to talk. You know, we have a lot of doctors here, post professors, and they can talk until the cows come home. So let's just move on. No, we are moving on. We are moving on into the closing session. Please just switch off your mic. Let me call upon Professor Olusegun Yorokun, independent consultant and former Vice Chancellor, Zambia Open University, to give us the summary of issues emerging from the presentations for consideration by the Zambian government in preparing the UN Food System Summit. Professor Yorokun, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity. Mine is a quick review of, I think, what has been presented. I'll just quickly go through again. As you said, time isn't with us. We have all heard the presenters who have done a good job of addressing the various issues given to them. And so, in summary, therefore, and I have done this, presenter by presenter, but you will see that there's some overlap, here or there. But basically, what we have agreed through these presentations today is that Zambia has a significant potential for agricultural production in terms of the land base and the water resources, which we have. However, we find that there are some challenges to agricultural productivity, which remains low, as well as sustainability. And we've identified some reasons for that. Some are biophysical, because we have a dominant rain-fed agricultural sector, and therefore the vagaries of weather and climate change effects, they limit the extent of production. We have seen very limited and underdeveloped irrigation. We also note that there's a high degree of soil land degradation, and we have limited mechanization, which would help us to increase productivity. We also note through the presentations, especially by Professor Chinene, that we have poor organization of our farmers. And when we have referred to a large number of small scale farmers. So they are not sufficiently well organized to take advantage of some of the products on the market. We also are experiencing fluctuating policy environment, which is sometimes limiting the participation of the bigger private sector, people who could truly help. And so we're seeing high post-harvest losses, low value addition, and so we're a primary production country. And therefore, most of our food is also imported from outside. We see that we have weak market prices and low farmer incomes. The result of all of this is high poverty levels, even within our producer groups. In our country, we see that there's extensive food and nutrition deficiencies, stunting that has been mentioned, and things like that. Therefore, there has been an insufficient transformation of our food systems against the demand, and in fact, the growing demands based upon the demographics that we're seeing and urbanization. So we're having more youths in the population, and perhaps there's more affluence, and therefore a shift even in our diets. So what do we need to do? We need to improve on productivity. Productivity and production need to go up, And so interventions such as climate smart agriculture, diversification, adoption of technologies need to come on board. We need to better organize the smallholder sector because of the numbers there, by raising their skills levels, their abilities to produce, and their access for services, etc. in the sector. The private sector needs to be strengthened in terms of their participation, and this requires a good policy environment. And also, clear demarcation of where public good and commercialization, are where they meet each other. The private sector is able to provide services. They have finances to fund activities, and they can also drive the market. We also agree that we need a strong intervention of the public sector, that is the government, in research and development, to fund research and development as well as extension. One of the challenges to our development of the food systems is really that we have low productivity based on the fact that our human capital seems inadequate to address the complexities of agricultural and food production. Our skills are relatively low. We may have qualified people in terms of degrees, but addressing the problems at hand seem to be larger than what we're able to undertake right now. And so we must find ways. And it has been said that what we need is that agriculture must be taken as a science, a profession, and a business. And it requires knowledge, skills, and attitude. And these must really start at the very, very lowest levels, develop interest, straight from preschool, so that, people build interest in this area. We need to build up a critical mass of scientists and also to develop our research and development infrastructure. The role of government to support this public good cannot be understated. We see that there are some organizations that are supporting marketing efforts and perhaps mechanization, but to date, it is a slow development. There's more which is needed in this area. To grow the area also, we need to increase organizations which are participating in credit, leasing of machinery, in micro insurance, in product development, in post-harvest technologies. And we also need to see increase in diversification, the crops, the crop types, but also crop, livestock, aquaculture, in that sense. We need to have increase in value addition if this sector is going to grow, our food systems to improve. And so it is suggested that we need to commercialize agriculture, and I believe earlier we mentioned some of what is needed: market, services, finance, technology transfer, and to clearly define the role of private sector, public sector, but that the government must strengthen the public sector through incentives. And I think also in terms of a consistent and predictable policy environment. We have a large population of smallholders, and so the inherent challenges which we have mentioned, which also include land access, or land holding, the area which they have. And so the challenges are many. For improvement, we need to have mechanisms whereby we reduce or manage the input price shocks. So the prices are rising continually and almost unaffordable to our producers. So we need to promote innovative financing. We have agreed that the private sector is capable of this, but the policy environment must be such that facilitates that. Aspects of possibilities of warehouse receipting systems to incentivize that process, collective marketing, insurance, market quality assurance could also help in this process. It has been suggested also that government needs to reassess its focus on the FISP as well as FRA, and that funding should be reallocated to more productive segments of the agricultural sector, research, extension, financing of production, but away from these our traditional sinks of government coffers. Policy stability. Again, do we have open borders? Do we stay with the e-voucher? These are questions within the policy sector. Again, in the policy presentation, we have also been told the need to, again, increase diversity, the availability and support in the crop, fish farming, livestock sectors. And so the input support is necessary. So we have also said the commercial sector, the private sector is able to address this, but we need the enabling policy. So what must happen for our food systems to operate in the manner that we all hope for is that we must promote value chains for diverse crops. Zambia is heavily reliant on maize, and that is what the government is promoting. There must be a shift away from that. Increase in protein intake is essential, so livestock as part of value chain is also essential. So we must promote consumption and utilization of a variety of food crops and livestock. Strengthen again farming systems through policies, regulations, assessments, and broad stakeholder consultation is essential. Underscored again the need to invest in research and development, as well as promote CSA, also to promote education on the impacts of climate change. In terms of the environment and climate change, again, we have been told that there is strong evidence of the impact of climate change in Zambia over the past few years. We have seen floods and droughts which have resulted in crop failure, increase in pests and diseases, and concurrently increase in food prices that we see. And so we're also seeing that climate change is changing things around our agroecological conditions and distribution. And so we need to look at how we grow, where we're growing, as much as this affects productivity and distribution of incomes. What is resultant from climate change effects is that low productivity is forcing more people to rely on forest resources. And so we could see deforestation from timber, charcoal exploitation, land degradation, also unsustainable exploitation of these forest resources, because there are more poor households out there, yet their returns on these products is the lowest, and therefore overexploitation could lead to unsustainability of even using the forest resources. So climate change and environmental degradation are reducing resilience of our communities. And so we're seeing increasing food and nutrition insecurity. All these need to be addressed through economic diversification, addressing issues of land degradation, providing technical and technological support and capacities to our people, and to ensure that inequalities are narrowed and good policies are placed. Okay, I'm having a little problem now with my... So I think, sorry, so that I don't spend too much time, from the submission by Dr. Chapato, he also talked, about the need for, policy interventions. The policy environment needs to be, stable. And I think this is key, along with other things we have mentioned. Dr. Kasase also talked about the high food loss and food waste, and the fact that we need to stem that tide in terms of production and post-harvest losses there. So we need to diversify our production and ensure that, the marketing channels has participation of all stakeholders. I think they lost me. Okay. Hello?
Hello, we can see the
screen. Okay, you can still see the screen. Sorry. Okay, I think I may be having some small challenges. Right. So I think we talked about to consult and to involve stakeholders from producers to the marketers or the processors and also the consumers there. So I think the last one I want to bring up is the input about inclusiveness of the youth. There's a growing youth population and we need to take them seriously. They represent an opportunity for markets, for value addition, and for job creation in the sector. However, we need to provide access to training and mentoring, access to resources, finance. We need to develop the markets for them to be able to participate in it, develop infrastructure, but also support to technologies. The youths are more likely to be involved in the value addition, the services, and in the information sector of agriculture, and therefore that needs to be supported. All of these, again, depend upon a good policy environment and a deliberate decision on the inclusion of youths in the agriculture sector. I think I will end there, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Yorokun. I think that's a good summary of what we've gone through. I wish we had more time, would have asked participants to still contribute further, but we are quickly running out of time. I know that Professor Adipala joined us at some point. I don't know if you're still here, Professor. Are you still here? I was thinking if you are able, you can give us 2-3 minute statement. You still here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, Professor, go ahead and give us a few statements. We just have a few minutes now.
No, I appreciate, I mean, not a very conducive environment, but let me just say a few things. One, I really appreciate the high participation of the Zambians and others in this event. I want to appreciate the people who drew up the program, the quality of the presentation, the fact that you can already propose key messages that the government of Zambia should take to the United Nations Summit. I think these are very excellent. I think there's a lot of learning. The last presentation, we were looking at the changing demographics. I think that is going to remain a key facet. You looked at the issues of the post-harvest losses. You also looked at the issues of the policy. And I think what I really learned from you are the sort of possible strategies for strengthening the food systems in Zambia. I was quite curious when I heard you said you are going to have a bumper harvest this year. And I'm saying, well, what does that mean in terms of just not only feeding Zambians, but the potential Zambia has also for feeding the rest of the world and globally, and while at the same time making sure there's value to it. You talked about the nutritional things, the nutritional issues, the malnutrition and others. I think those are very fundamental. And then at the beginning, I think one of the first things that you mentioned, the need for strengthening investments in knowledge generations and uptake pathways. I see those as really cutting across the rest of Africa. So I really appreciate the effort, the arrangements, the quality of the presentations that we have had, and really that you have been very engaged in the dialogue. And I can also see several comments and feedbacks. I want to say thank you very much. And let me end by really encouraging all of you, if possible, to join us on the 1st of July, this Thursday, when we are going to host a summit for African heads of states on the same issues that we have been discussing. Because the organization of this dialogue is such a way that we start at various levels, at country levels, We have had dialogues at regional, at sub-regional levels. We have also had continental dialogues. We have also had some perspectives from at a global level. The idea is to try now to put this to the highest policy level within the continent to help them come more or less with a common voice when they go to the United Nations Summit. So to the organizers, thank you very much. We hope to see very many of you on Thursday. It is the same time, it will be at 2 p.m., the Zambian time. So, and for others, it will be, you can use GMT, but it will start at 14 hours, the Southern African time on Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much, please.
Thanks a lot, Professor Adipala, for those remarks. And let me ask Dr. Paul Simfukwe from the Mulungushi University to give us some closing remarks. Dr. Simfukwe.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, it has been a very, very fruitful afternoon today. I would just like to thank the people that have been very key in having this activity go on. Firstly, the forum group, the secretariat, they facilitated the holding of this dialogue, and would like to also thank the organizers, the CBU, Mulungushi University, and UNZA. They came together to do this, to organize this meeting at a very short time, and they had put in a lot, even in this very difficult time of COVID. But they organized all these participants and presenters who had put in a lot just to bring this quality discussion that has just come to us. And we are really very grateful to all the presenters and their quality presentations that they have just presented. We really thank you very much, because also you were given this task at a very short time. And so we are very, very grateful for the time that you have put in. Participants also, we started advertising this on Friday, if not Thursday. And so we could see the enthusiasm of people to attend this dialogue, which again is very encouraging for the organizers, and just to see how that this dialogue is a success. Looking at the numbers, I saw at some point we were about 170, which was quite good participation. And so we are very, very happy to see and we see also that the key messages that have come out from this dialogue are very, very educative, very important, and very spot on to for perhaps our government to take up these key messages. And I hope that the rapporteurs, they have taken down all these in the report to hand over to those that are going to go for the food summit that we are going to have. So really, we thank also those rapporteurs, and hopefully that they are going to share these slides, as some participants have actually requested this, because indeed this is very, very good. Thanking also Professor Irukun for that very sharp summary, which has just captured almost everything that really is important in terms of key messages. So really, again, I want to thank all of you for the participation, very live and also very, very interesting. And I've seen even, I think, one of the participants coming, participating from Australia, Bridget O'Connor, which is, again, is a very encouraging kind of participation that is coming from almost all over the walks of life. And so, without wasting much of your time, as you can see that now we have gone over time, I would like to just thank you very much, Andy. I would like to encourage you even to attend this other meeting, which has been advertised by Professor Adipala. So thank you very much, Mr. Presenter. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simfukwe. At the expense of repetition, let me just thank all of you most sincerely for having been such a captive audience and also giving me the opportunity to moderate this particular dialogue. At this point, it is indeed my rare honor and privilege to declare the dialogue official.